wir hoffen auch, dass wir damit auch neue Zielgruppen erreichen. Junge Leute zum Beispiel, die jetzt nicht unbedingt große Zeitungen aufblättern wollen, die kaum auf den Tisch passen, sondern das am Smartphone lesen wollen und die zumindest den Zugang erstmal über kompaktere Sachen finden. Der dritte Vorteil ist für mich aber, dass man es sehr gut verbinden kann mit komplexeren Inhalten. Also wir machen es in der Regel so, dass nicht bloß eine Story erstellt wird über die AMP-Technologie, sondern parallel dazu auch ein Artikel, der ergänzende Informationen hat oder die Story hat ergänzende Informationen zum Artikel. Und dann ist es so, dass in jedem Artikel auch die Story enthalten ist. Man kann sie also dort auch durchblättern, auch am normalen Laptop. Umgekehrt, am Ende jeder Story findet man einen Link zu dem Artikel, wer sich jetzt mehr interessieren will. Außerdem gibt es Zusatzinformationen an verschiedenen Stellen, die man einfach als Links mit einbinden kann. Und der letzte Vorteil ist, es ist anders als Stories auf Instagram oder Facebook plattformunabhängig. Also man kann es ganz leicht weitergehen. Oder verstehen wir uns als Bürgerzeitung, alle, die da mitmachen. Das heißt eben, das können alle möglichen Kooperationspartner da andocken, von Medienpartnern als auch Vereine oder Bürger. Aber wir haben auch direkte Medienpartner oder die da im engeren Bereich Partner sind. Da ist zum Beispiel Smart Village, ein Verein, der sich um die digitale Entwicklung im Hohen Fleming kümmert. Wir zulande, die kümmern sich auch um Hohenfleming, aber um die mediale Entwicklung. Und wir kooperieren auch mit dem Coconut, was so eine lokale Größe darstellt, wenn es um digitale Entwicklung geht. Und eigentlich kooperieren wir auch mit dem Fleming-Kanal bzw. Fleming bewegt. Das ist jetzt in der Anfangsphase ein bisschen runtergefallen wieder. Da fehlt irgendwo mal die Kraft, aber ganz klar, das kommt wieder. Da muss irgendwo Förderung am Anfang da sein, mindestens am Anfang. Und für so ein freies, kleines Angebot wie unseres kann das nur von außen kommen. Zum einen ist es ja was wirklich Neues, zumindest hier in der Region. Ich kenne kein lokaljournalistisches Angebot, was auf die Technologie sattelt, was mit dieser Darstellung überhaupt daherkommt. Und dafür muss man ja auch erstmal Akzeptanz schaffen. Man muss ja auch die erstmal erreichen, die jetzt nicht auf Facebook sind, die auch die Online-Angebote vielleicht bisher nicht genutzt haben. Und das dauert eine gewisse Zeit. Das zweite Problem ist, es ist aufwendig. Und das dritte ist, man hat ja kaum Platz für Werbung. Man kann ja so eine Story nicht mit Masse an Werbung zupflastern. Ohne diese Förderung gäbe es das Projekt nicht.
Mit diesem Vorgeschmack muss man sich wohl wenig Sorgen machen, dass dem Lokaljournalismus in Deutschland im Jahr 2021 keine guten Ideen mehr kommen. Damit bleibt mir im Grunde nichts mehr zu sagen, als mich zu bedanken bei Herrn Dr. Grimm, bei Frau Dr. Flecken für Ihre Auskunft und unser Gespräch über Lokaljournalismus. Bei euch zu Hause fürs Zuschauen. Und wenn ihr zufällig in Berlin oder Brandenburg wohnt, dann schaut doch vielleicht mal in den MABB-Atlas online. Denn vielleicht könnt ihr von einem der dortigen Lokalmedien nämlich irgendwelche spannenden Sachen erfahren, die nicht
Du öffnest die Tür und dir schlägt eine Mischung aus Rauch, Musik und Gesprächen entgegen. Der Barraum ist sehr klein und am Tresen sitzen deine Leute eng beieinander. Du fragst dich, sollst du noch ein Getränk bestellen? Durchatmen, innehalten. Das war deine Minute Pause mit Deutschlandfunk Nova auf der Republika. Deutschlandfunk Nova.
Ja, da habe ich jetzt mal gar nicht durchgeatmet bei dieser Minute, weil ich einfach Lust bekommen habe, wieder in Bars zu gehen und ein Bier zu trinken und unter Leuten zu sein. Deswegen vielleicht für alle, die jetzt hier gerade einschalten, das ist, wir sind immer noch auf der Republika, das ist der erste Tag, das ist der Tag, der die Media Convention sozusagen leitet, und hier geht es heute um Streaming, um Fernsehen, um all das, was sich in diesem Markt gerade verändert. Und ja,
wir sind natürlich immer noch digital und ich habe eben auf Twitter gelesen, Dennis Horn hat getweetet, auf dem Counter Club Mate, die umgefallen sind, bisher 0. Dennis, ich kann sagen, du kannst auf dem Counter eine 1 machen. Ich habe eben eine umgestoßen. Nur für dich, Dennis.
Backstage.
Backstage, ja.
Ja, es ist schon komisch, ne? Also große Halle, wenig Leute, kein Publikum, aber naja, es ist halt Corona-bedingt nicht anders möglich. Auch wir haben sehr viel Abstand zueinander, aber sicher.
Ja, aber man muss ja sagen, das Schöne ist tatsächlich, es gibt online, ihr werdet das alles sehen auf der Website, da gibt es verschiedene Möglichkeiten, wie man sich ja auch vernetzen kann auf der Seite. Ist ganz irre, sozusagen die Republika-GründerInnen haben es wieder mal geschafft, auch so ein Republika-Zusammengehörigkeitsgefühl zu schaffen. Ich war eben schon ein bisschen drauf, wurde gematcht mit ein paar Leuten, ist gewöhnungsbedürftig, aber sehr lustig, wenn man sich da mal reinfuchst.
Also auf jeden Fall ausprobieren, die Plattform führt Janse sozusagen. Wir haben den ganzen Tag hier noch verschiedenste Panels und Sessions, die wir beide hier live vor Ort ansagen, die weitestgehend schon vorher produziert sind. Trotzdem ist es ein spannendes Programm hier in Kanal 1. Also ihr könnt gerne den anderen Kanal auch mal ausprobieren, aber eigentlich solltet ihr euch hier wieder einfinden, weil hier spielt heute die Musik.
Und wichtig vielleicht noch dazu zu sagen ist natürlich, dass das heute der erste Tag ist. Wir streamen aber natürlich auch die nächsten beiden Tage noch weiter. Das heißt, ihr könnt euch euer Programm auch ganz individuell zusammenstellen. Einfach favorisieren und dann kriegt ihr einen eigenen Timetable. Weil mir jetzt oft so bei der Republika, ich bin immer völlig überfordert, wie viele Sessions, wie viele interessante mal schnell was zu essen kocht und dann erst wieder kommt. Alles vollkommen in Ordnung und eingeplant sozusagen.
Zu essen kochen wäre eigentlich eine gute Sache. Eine Sache haben sie vergessen hier beim Machen, die Republika-Macherinnen und Macher. Die 80 Watt, die jeder Kopf abstrahlt, wenn er irgendwo vor Ort ist. Deswegen normalerweise braucht diese Halle keine Heizung, wenn ihr hier seid. Heute ist es ein bisschen frisch. Ne?
Es ist frisch, vor allen Dingen natürlich völlig komisch, weil draußen scheint ja die Sonne und hier drin ist es irgendwie kalt. Aber die Halle ist sehr cool. Ich glaube sogar auch, dass in dieser Halle die Republika dann, wenn es wieder richtig stattfindet, die Leute diese Halle dann auch begutachten können. Wir haben es vorhin gehört, es ist eine Holzkonstruktion, die sehr spannend aussieht. Aber bevor wir euch mehr über diese Halle erzählen, geht es jetzt erstmal zur nächsten Session und die ist ganz spannend. Nicht nur, weil wir da endlich mal in das Arbeitszimmer von Sven gucken können, der hat das nämlich von zu Hause auf ausgezeichnet, sondern es geht tatsächlich darum, was ein verantwortungsvoller Umgang mit Inhalten im Netz ist. Das ist eine Session mit dem Partner Google. Worum es genau geht, das wird euch Sven jetzt erzählen. Viel Spaß.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen zur Session Zukunft der Plattformregulierung. Was ist verantwortungsvoller Umgang mit Inhalten im Netz? Mein Name ist Sven Oswald. Ich mache hier in Berlin und Brandenburg eigentlich Radio und Fernsehen und gelte als RBB-Multimedia-Experte und freue mich sehr jetzt auf Tabea Rösner. Sie ist auch Journalistin. Vor allem ist sie aber Mitglied des Bundestages und das schon seit 2009. Dort ist sie Sprecherin für Netzpolitik und Verbraucherschutz für Bündnis 90 Die Grünen. Und wenn ich richtig gerechnet habe, liebe Tabea, dann ist das dieses Jahr 35-jähriges Parteijubiläum, oder? Hallo, herzlich willkommen.
Wahnsinn, wie die Zeit vergeht. Ne? Ich bin damals nach Frankfurt zum Studium gekommen und Mitglied geworden und das sind jetzt 35 Jahre.
Herzlichen Glückwunsch dazu. Ich freue mich auch auf Sabine Frank. Sie ist Leiterin Public Policy YouTube Deutschland, Österreich, Schweiz sowie Zentral- und Osteuropa. Sie ist Volljuristin und beschäftigt sich in diversen Positionen seit über 20 Jahren mit unserem Thema. Seit gut einem Jahr ist sie in Amt und Würden bei YouTube. Hallo Sabine, ich freue mich sehr.
Hallo Sven, ich freue mich auch. Und in der Tat auch, wie die Zeit vergeht, ne? 20 Jahre. Verrückt.
Ich war auch immer der Jungspund beim Radio, jetzt mache ich das auch schon 25 Jahre. Naja, die Zeit rast, unsere auch. Wir haben nur 25 Minuten, deswegen lasst uns mal gleich einsteigen, vielleicht mit ein bisschen Definitionsarbeit. Wir wollen ja über verantwortungsvollen Umgang mit Inhalten im Netz reden und wohin die Reise gehen kann, da sollten wir vielleicht erstmal Definitionsarbeit leisten und sagen, was ist denn eigentlich verantwortungsvoller Umgang mit Inhalten im Netz? Tabea, wie siehst du den? Was ist für dich dieser verantwortungsvolle Umgang?
Ja, der verantwortungsvolle Umgang ist eine Gratwanderung in der Tat, nämlich einmal für faire Bedingungen sorgen, Diskriminierung zu verhindern, auch zu moderieren und gleichzeitig die Meinungsfreiheit natürlich zu gewährleisten. Auf der anderen Seite aber auch gegen diejenigen vorzugehen, die den demokratischen Diskurs vergiften, die dafür sorgen, dass andere Menschen nicht mehr im Netz sein wollen. Das wäre für mich ein verantwortlicher Umgang.
Sabine, für dich aus deiner persönlichen Sicht oder vielleicht aus Sicht eines Plattformbetreibers?
Ich kann mich dem total anschließen, was Tabea gesagt hat. Ich glaube, das ist genau dieser Spagat, den wir als Plattform haben. Auf der einen Seite, YouTube ist eine offene Plattform und diese Offenheit wollen wir auch gewähren. Es gibt ganz viele Vorteile. Wir hatten noch nie so viele Menschen gehabt, die sich an offenen Diskursen beteiligen können. Und das ist ja zentral für Demokratie, dass Menschen einfach Ausdrucksformen haben, sich beteiligen können. Ne? Das ist sozusagen das Grundfest von demokratischen Diskurs. Und auf der anderen Seite haben diese Offenheit natürlich auch Probleme. Es sind nicht alle Menschen, die das nur positiv nutzen, sondern es gibt eine kleine Minderheit von Leuten, die das missbrauchen. Und das sind tatsächlich nur Promillbereiche von illegalen Inhalten, die wir auf den Plattformen finden. Aber die können natürlich zu problematischen Situationen führen, wie Tabea geschildert hat. Und ich glaube, diesen Ausgleich richtig auszubalancieren, da ist die Verantwortung, die wir uns stellen müssen, aber die wir uns auch stellen.
Ich glaube, in der Medienwissenschaft sagt man kommunikative Chancengerechtigkeit. Ja? Also, dass alle die gleichen Chancen haben müssen am kommunikativen Prozess, an der Öffentlichkeit, an der Meinungsbildung zum Beispiel teilnehmen zu können. Aber wie Sabine auch schon gesagt hat, klar, es gibt auch Missbrauch und den gilt es natürlich zu verhindern.
Darüber, was Missbrauch ist und was nicht, können wir ja gleich noch mal ein bisschen reden, weil es ist ja auch im Endeffekt eine Frage von Gesetzen, aber auch von Regeln, die sozusagen die Plattformen selber haben. Jetzt hast du gerade schon gesagt, es ist eine kleine Minderheit, die da in Anführungszeichen Schindluder treibt. Die haben aber gerade eben durch Plattformen wie YouTube und auch andere extrem hohe Reichweiten und erreichen viele Menschen, wo, ich sag mal, merkwürdige Meinungen sonst am Stammtisch in der Kneipe hängen geblieben wären, gehen die halt sozusagen in die ganze Welt raus. Das Ganze muss von euch in dieser Gratwanderung, bei diesem Tanz auf dem Vulkan quasi ein bisschen moderiert werden. Und das Ganze nennt sich Content Moderation. Und das ist ja auch so ein Begriff, der geistert so rum, da stellt sich auch jeder was anderes drunter vor. Können wir den mal ein bisschen definieren? Also wie legt ihr den aus bei YouTube? Was ist für euch Content Moderation? Was ist für euch Content Moderation? Und wer macht das?
mit Deutschlandfunk Nova auf der Republika. Deutschlandfunk Nova.
WLAN-Passwort für Halle 2. Leute, wir sind dieses Jahr.
Good afternoon, world, and welcome to the Open Tech and Design Summit. My name is Geraldine Debastian, and I am very proud to bring this program to you, which has been created by the Global Innovation Gathering and the Distributed Design Network of Europe. In this opening session, we want to say happy birthday, Republica. It's sometimes hard to believe it's been 15 years already, and also 8 years of the Global Innovation Gathering. We want to take a look back to see how has Republica influenced the lives of people, what has changed in digital rights scenes across the world, and what are our hopes for the future. So for the opening session, I've invited 3 core members of the GIG network that have been part of this journey to share some of their memories and also some of the things that they're currently working on. I would love to introduce to you now Sheila Bergen, who is currently at the CORD, where she's busy accelerating the African innovation system to be part of the global digital market. She's formerly the manager of the iHub and really one of the people who's been instrumental in elevating digital innovation in Kenya. Also warmly welcome Gabby Agostini, who is really the key person of the Maker movement in Brazil and has been so instrumental in setting up events and setting up spaces and establishing communities around the Maker movement, especially also in her function as the founder and CEO of Alabi. And thirdly, I would like to very warmly welcome Jay Fajardo, who is really one of the key digital entrepreneurs of the Philippines and has shaped the digital landscape of the country over the past decades. He's also the founder and CEO of Launch Garage, one of the key innovation hubs and incubators in the Philippines. It's lovely that you could all be with me today. Hi.
Likewise.
So let's start. I would love to begin by the question, maybe you can take us back each to, what was your first Republica experience? And over the past years of having visited Republica as part of the GIG community, what have been some of the things that you've taken away and have perhaps influenced you in your work life? Jay, would you like to begin?
First.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Okay. I joined GIG. I was at the first GIG gathering in 2013, if I'm not mistaken. It's about 8 years ago. So, one of the things that really struck out for me was that I come from a very technology heavy space and experience, tech entrepreneur, etc. But on my visits to Republica, I realized that
the innovation pace of innovation and technology has to come hand in hand with a lot of social innovation as well. Republica is actually, it's almost a sensory overload of different cultures, different experiences, different people, and from all around the world. And over the years, it's just increased and exponentially increased in effect. But like I said, the takeaway for me was bringing me away from a pure technology perspective, more towards a balanced view of innovation, which heavily includes society and people and the different experiences of folks like Sheila, folks like Gabby in their own parts of the world. So it's all different. There's a lot of nuances. It's different for us in the Philippines and Southeast Asia as well. Ever since the first year, I've always approached the work that I do with that in mind. In fact, very heavily influenced by the importance of social innovation.
That's super interesting to hear that was just a different perspective of some of the topics that you had already been working on. Maybe looking at that aspect, just a quick follow-up question. Sometimes when I look back to that first gathering that we had in 2013, I feel like so many things have changed fundamentally since then. And maybe we were a little bit naive, even in some ways, thinking about the ways that we could have technology impact our societies. Do you share that sentiment? And what are some of the things that you feel have really changed since then, both globally, but also in regard to the situation in the Philippines?
Well, you're right about that. The change in perspective personally was pretty much that. It's I came in like with a technology view of Silicon Valley, all that hype, and I came out with much more interest and respect of innovation in the grassroots, which for me is one of the key drivers and motivations for what I've been doing over the years since then. Now, what has changed over the years in the macro perspective in the Philippines, for example, a lot has changed since 2013. Everybody knows what happened in 2016. The world drastically changed for a lot of people. I still remember we were at Republica in that year, and you could really feel how the winds of how society was going to be moving drastically changed. And it was sort of bleak. And I was talking to we were talking about Chinmay just a while back, and we were together. We said, like, you know what, there's so many things that are about to change. And true enough, 2016 all the way to now, things have flipped. Things have maybe corrected in some places, but that whole naivete of the global citizen, the global community, us being things moving to a different level, where everybody respects each other, the barriers are being broken down, cultural barriers and cultural respect was being elevated, that suddenly got flipped over. So that's what changed for me. That's one of the things that I saw.
Yeah, and at the same time, that's something we're looking at preserving or maybe reinventing in a way, at least within our communities and the powers that we have. Gabby, I think, at least I hope I remember correctly, all you and also Sheila have also been part of the very first time we had the Global Innovation Gathering at Republica back in 2013. So maybe take us back a little bit. I would also love to hear from your perspective. What have been some of the memories of the things that you took away that sort of influenced your work life? Gabby, may I pass it to you next?
Hi, thank you. And I think I think my first gig was the second one in 2014. I'm not sure. I was trying even to find here, but I think like I arrived a little bit later, but it's still like a time ago. And it changed completely my perspective in the way that was great to understand more globally what was happening and what is been happening since then. Because sometimes when you are doing like something that's so new in your country, you are kind of the one or the only one or the few ones. You are part of the group that is just few ones. There is one in the city, the one is another one. And you think like, you live like a kind of lack of reference, and sometimes you think like you are a bit crazy. And when you go to a conference, to a place where you can meet a lot of people from different contexts and countries that are doing something similar, you can understand that you are more part of a movement, that's something that is emerging, than like doing something that maybe doesn't make sense or whatever. So I think gig for me since the beginning and all the Republica community was a lot about like the sense of belonging and the sense of like being part of something that maybe is not mainstream, is not like the main thing at the moment, but probably will in few moments. And as we had like all these years, we could see how the things changed and how a lot of the things that we are saying like years and years ago now is like main topic, and things are like in Brazil, for example. I remember like in my first gig, things that we are doing was like so small and people are not like giving a lot of attention. And a few years later was like things that a lot of people was working inside, and we could talk more in relevant place and things like that. So I think we could like be inspired a lot in other experience for people that are living in reality that sometimes is better than ours for like digital environments. And sometimes it's more similar because conference that are just like, for example, before a gig, I went like for a conference that sometimes are people, you had just people from one specific country or contest, and then you can localize all these topics for just like that, this reality. And when you have like such a diverse community, you can understand more a global perspective, and you can also find something that's more similar of the things that you are living. So a lot of the moments and times and experience that I had during these years in Republica and gig was a lot about like sharing practical knowledge about like specific topics that I was facing as a challenge in my work. And I could find someone in Kenya or Philippines or whatever that was facing something similar or faced it before and could learn me, or we could share something on this topic. So I think it was a lot about this, and was a lot about understand that sometimes you have to be patient when you are in a country that's not like innovation and technology is not the main priority. Sometimes you have like, you are facing social challenges that are bigger, or you are just like in a lack of public policy or whatever. And when you have like this diversity of community, it was great to understand like, okay, let's be patient and let's build all this process. So I think it was a lot about this.
I think that's a really beautiful point that you made. A lot of the people in the gig community, and the same is true for the three of you, were really pioneers doing their work. So having a place where you can find, oh, look, there are others like me is a super helpful thing. And you reminded me of a quote of Kutsai, who's also a member of the gig community. And I think she said so beautifully once along the lines of, coming to Republica first from Zimbabwe and attending the conference helped to get a glimpse of the future for some of the technologies we were talking about, but being part of gig and meeting the gig community made her feel at home. And that's always something I really love to think about. Sheila, how about you? And your your gig journey and your Republica journey. The last time we got together in person as a community was actually not in Berlin for Republica, but in Nakuru in Kenya, and a kind of different gig gathering, but also a really beautiful one. I hope we get to recreate in the not too distant future. So yeah, I'd love to hear some of your experiences.
Well, I think my first gig, I was a bit skeptical, to be honest, because it was really hard for me to visualize what other people were doing. But secondly, I wasn't sure about the energy, because I think a lot of us are very passionate about what we do. So you don't really anticipate that you will meet people who have equal passion about their work, but also about other people. And I think for me, that was the most, I think, mind-blowing thing, the fact that we met, we did not know each other at all, and we became really close within hours. It was literally like, my name is so-and-so, and all of us were following each other everywhere. We were discussing so many things that we were doing. We were finding a lot of challenges that we were experiencing were similar. People were very open to sharing resources they had, if it was tools they were using, if it was introductions to people that, you know, were working on similar things like you are. And I think that openness is what kind of built the foundation of what the community became, because there was just, I don't know how to explain it. It was just almost like it was meant to be. And I resonate with what Kudzai mentioned about just feeling at home with strangers who you would, and even, you know, along the way, the following year, new people would come in, same thing. The year after, same thing. So I think that community continued to grow. What I think for me was even, I think, more exciting was the fact that even after we left Republica, the same energy did not die. All of us were still continuing with the conversations on email. We were continuing conversations on instant messaging applications. And you know, we were inviting each other to different countries to come and speak in our conferences, to talk to our communities. So in a way, what the world is experiencing now, we were able to experience that slightly earlier, even though it wasn't like forced. Like now, you know, we can't travel. We have to do some of, for instance, this conversation. But we had been having these conversations virtually as a community because we wanted to learn from each other. We wanted to share what we were learning and, you know, what we were experiencing. And I think what also helped with that is most of the people within the network are also very visionary around technology and intentions around growing, you know, our grassroots communities around solutions that either we were building or building with them. And so coming to GIG and seeing what other communities were doing in different countries around culture, you know, around technology, around the maker movement, you would go back with that. And because you knew someone who you would ask, you know, so how do we go about this? Do you know any open source solutions that we can use? Are there any materials that you guys use locally that you can deploy? It was always easy for people to start new initiatives, new interventions, build new communities because they'd already seen work elsewhere. And I think that really helped solidify the relationship. A lot has changed. In Kenya, for instance, in 2013, I think we were less than 5 hubs. We now have I think, over 100 in the country. So, I mean, there's just so much that has changed. You know, people are a bit skeptical around working with each other, but now I think people are more deliberate around, you know, communal approach to solving solutions. I think things that I would say networks like ours kind of pioneered in ensuring that conversations are centered around building communities, around being deliberate, providing solutions at grassroots level, but also helping each other grow as individuals, but also organizations and community at large. So I think in that sense, even within the network, a lot has changed. I think most of us have changed organization, but the mission of what we have always been doing and the passion that we've always had has remained. So I think in that sense, it's been a journey of growth. You mentioned something around naivety, which I really, really am glad we were. Because we were not naive and all of us knew it all, I don't think we would have gotten as far as we are, because everyone would have come with, but I know, but all of us came with, I just want to learn. And I think that is important when you're building communities, because you're more open to sharing your challenges. You find out you're not alone. You're willing to share what you've learned. You're willing to share, you know, resources. You can reach out to someone easily. And so that naivety, I hope it never changes, even within the community as we grow. because I feel like we can constantly continue to learn.
Yeah, you're so right. I totally agree with that. So many beautiful things said, and I think, you know, I could also just underline everything that you've pointed out in terms of the really deep and long-lasting things that have developed from these initial meetings over the years. You've all mentioned that, of course, it's a time now that we cannot travel and we're sort of trapped in our own localities. And I would definitely want to learn from all of you how your past year has been. What have you done in the meantime, especially in regard to being able to keep working and innovating with your communities when being together physically in your innovation spaces has not always been possible. So yeah, can I begin with you, Gabby? Of course, we all understand how absolutely dire the situation regarding COVID is in Brazil currently. Can you just outline how you've managed over the last year, and perhaps also how Olabi has been trying to serve its community and support it in times of COVID?
Yeah, so it was a big challenge since the beginning, of course, because basically we just had to change completely. So we closed our space. So it's been more than 1 year that we are not open anymore, our physical space. And we changed completely all our programs to the digital. So in one hand was hard in the beginning because we have to change a lot of methodologies, and was like everything was new for a lot of people. But we've experienced a lot of like great results and outcomes. So we had, for example, a program that is like a kind of digital literacy for elderly people that's called Aprenda com a Avó. That's like learn with a grandma. And we used to do more like hands-on training, connecting like digital skills and even like electronics and stuff with more like embroidery and more old style techniques. And then we're like, oh my God, how can we change that? It's like, in the beginning it sounds impossible, but basically we changed this project for an online platform called with the same name, Aprenda com a Avó, where basically we are teaching like a network of people that usually is younger, like young people, teaching older people how they can use internet to give classes on the Zoom and digital platforms about the skills that they have. So if you know a lot about embroidery, you can understand how can you set this knowledge as a class, an online class, and make a course. And it was super successful. We had like more than 500 during 4 months of people from all around the country, just like getting this class online. And the course wasn't like just 1 day or 2 days. Sometimes it's like 3 months or like a lot of meetings. So basically we are kind of helping them to be more familiar with digital skills. At the same time, we're kind of acknowledging all these skills that they have already. So we changed the topic, we changed the methodology, but we still had the focus and bring more close digital skills for elderly people. And in the other hand, it was difficult in the beginning, but what we discovered in the end was that we could do something more like national. And so we are nowadays working with like grandmas and people from all over the country. So it's a network of people that are learning, people that are teaching, the elderly people that are learning and teaching at the same time. So there are a lot of layers in these networks. And they're all like, just like in every place in Brazil. So, and it's been super intense and diverse and like great to see how people are like sharing experience in these moments, especially like that we are all like inside home, or we're supposed to be inside our home. So people are kind of in need of this kind of like space to share like ideas, knowledge, and have more like this kind of things. Yeah. We also spent most of the time last year working with the pandemic in a network that was connecting initiatives that are producing PPI and this kind of medical supplies for hospitals and health service. So it was just like a way that we find to contribute. So everything was on digital. And all the trainings, all the things that we had, we just transform in digital programs, and then we gain the scale of the country and the internet. So so the result was Olabi growth more than 100% for the last year. So we are bigger now, and we are like working a lot and doing a lot of things, but we changed our methodology and our things. We still love the idea to have a space. We still like believe in this kind of experience, and how can you learn when you have like presential events, face-to-face meetings. But as we don't have like any horizons when the things are getting better, we are just like investing in the things that we can do right now, and trying to learn with these and try to understand how can you adapt and how can you do something with the things that we have at the moment, and wait to open again a space when like everything could be more safe.
I didn't want to interrupt earlier. I just said, yeah, because it's so, I hope it's okay to say this, typical of you to see the silver lining and to try to find a positive perspective in terms of seeing how you can reach more people with your work during the time of the pandemic. And yeah, even increase the work that you're doing under the most difficult of circumstances. Thank you, Gabby. Jay, I would love to hear from you next. Basically, the whole of the Philippines was literally locked at home for about a year. And you run one of the key innovation spaces. How have you managed with your community?
Well, since the lockdown, we haven't opened. Just like Gabby, we still have our space, with hoping that things get better and we can all go back there and do stuff normally. But since then, we've actually been able to adjust our work methodologies. We were sort of like continuing different programs. For example, we had a program that was dealing with technology business incubators in universities around the country. And we were taking projects and ventures out of those TBIs, bringing them into the fold, and then exposing them to our mentor network, giving them advice, exposing them to our investor network. And we sort of just followed through virtually because we had no choice. And it worked out. It was pretty successful. It ended maybe, I think, Q4 of last year. And we were actually able to, in fact, find an investor for one of the ventures. So that those are the positive things that have come out. And because of that, we are about to start another one this year. It's more official now, it's more structured. Last year was a pilot, and this year is already a real thing. And this is actually done with the Department of Science and Technology of the government. So it's a pretty good program that's adapted. People have gotten used to communicating both knowledge and advice over virtually. I guess a lot of us have been used to it even before the lockdown. So some of us have adapted very quickly, more than others. But I think at this point in time, like you said, if you're looking forward in the future, things have changed. A lot of people are more digitally savvy now. Just to survive, they had to adapt, both on learning, on communications, being able to collaborate as well, collaborating online, and the other logistical factors, financial and all that. Everybody's doing things online now, shopping, e-commerce. So
even in Germany, Jay, you wouldn't believe, even in Germany, people started doing things online in the last year. I think it's right.
I believe that. You wouldn't have survived if you wouldn't. And we've done that pretty well. And I think we're going to see a different level of digital native coming out of this. Even if we were able to come out and act normally, things are different now. People will behave differently. People will choose to stay at home because of commuting, traffic. I don't know how it is in Brazil, Gabi, but here in the Philippines, the virtual space has been a boon for those that had to travel in traffic. It's a time saver.
Yeah, I think like everything will change completely after that in cities like ours, that you probably will find like a way to stay more at home if it's not like that necessary to go. So people find that's possible to work from home, so that's something good.
Sheila, what's it been like for you? Luckily, the situation seems a little bit better in Kenya than it has in Brazil and the Philippines. How are you working with the court and your community at the moment?
Well, I think for us, because I was pivoting at the time, career-wise, I had been with IHAB for 10 years, and so I literally transitioned when we started our lockdown. So, I had plans for quad and everything, but, we're planning to do a launch, and luckily or unluckily, everything went on lockdown. So from the word go for us, we started working remotely. And I think what has been interesting is growing a team remotely or starting a business remotely when you are used to a community that was very, very physical. Like every day you would see people, and our space used to have more than 100 people daily. So it was very vibrant. There was a lot of things happening. And then all of a sudden, there's nothing. You're just yourself, and you are mostly online. And it's interesting for like a day or two, and then it really becomes hard because now you're trying to even to plug into the community. So it always has to be either chatting or calling and things like that. But also at the same time, you end up doing a lot more work than you would if you're in a physical space, because maybe you're talking to someone, maybe there's an event you're hosting. And there was initially, a bit of burnout because you would look up and then you realize, wait, it's midnight. And you constantly don't have, even times to walk. Maybe you're leaving from one place to another to go for meeting. That used to be useful. But I think over time, what has been very interesting for me is to just see how the digital community or innovation community in general has become much larger. Because of that, we were able to work in 9 countries just from the get-go, because a lot of the people are now coming into the digital space, but they did not really know, especially in the continent, how to go about that. So I think helping communities to learn to navigate the digital space, to transition to the digital space for especially traditional industries, I think has been quite interesting. One, because of the perspective of how connected physically we are and how hung up on that concept of physical meetings people were, that people are finding it really hard to transition to a digital space too. I think it has also allowed us to see how much of a bubble, and sorry to use that word, we live in for people in the innovation and technology space, because a lot more people are really struggling with very basic things that for us is a no-brainer. Like even having there are several team applications that we use to manage programs, for chatting with, to measure deliverables, and very basic things for us. But for a lot of people, even huge companies, they didn't have that. It had to be, we have to meet physically. So for a lot of them, they had to shut down to strategize around moving into that space. Secondly, I think for people who are already in the innovation space, but they were also very siloed, it became really lonely because it was just you. And so it kind of forced people to think beyond just, this silo that, it's just us guys. How can we collaborate with more people? How can we find out, solutions that other people are using? How can we work together? And I think the saddest thing has been, for at least for me, is to just see how this has also accelerated the gap between people who can access and people who can't, because it's a bit costly. You need, connectivity. We don't have connectivity everywhere. You have to have a bit of money. But for us as a team, I would say it's been really, really good because we've really grown and grown quite fast. But for a lot of communities that we work with and people we've been able to interact with, I wouldn't say it has been the same. And so that, I think, is how the situation has been.
Yeah, what's been really fascinating listening to you is that we're obviously from very different places and very different circumstances at the moment, but I would say the exact same thing is true here. So many commonalities across the globe, once again. To finish with, I'm just going to ask you very quickly to give a little bit of a shout out. What would you birthday congratulations be for Republica, for GIG, to the next 8 and the next 15 years? What are your hopes?
I hope we don't lose the sense of bringing people together. I think closed systems, we've noticed, do not work anymore. And so for the next 15 years, I hope we can open up as many networks as possible, or as many opportunities for more people to plug into this amazing platform that Republica has continuously provided. And I hope that doesn't change. Let's bring more people in, let them experience the magic that we have been able to experience for the next 15 years.
Thank you so much. Gabby, would you like to go next?
So it's hard to predict, isn't it? Especially this time of the year, it's moments of the life, So more and more, I feel like that it's hard to predict even in 1 or 2 months in advance, even like 15 years. So, but like my hope, the things that I'm working on for is for to keep this idea that you can distribute power with all these technological tools and not concentrate. So I know that we've been discussing that for more than 15 years or since the beginning of the internet, but I still believe that we should put efforts on this and understand that technology is not just a tool, or it's not just technical things that are working for optimize or make something better, but it's something that need to put ethical values and more the human values and the politics in the center of the process. Otherwise, we're just building tools, and we can understand that it's being kind of weird, the words that we built. So I hope for the 15 years that we can put the social inequality of the whole world and of every country in different levels and ways in the center of this process of the discussion of innovation and technology, and understand and try to make more ethical use of all these things. Otherwise, probably the humanity and all of us will not survive for longer. So
a hope shared, definitely. Yeah. Jay, how about you?
I guess I'd like to see Republica continue to show people like us, everybody else, the worldview that we've actually experienced over the years. More people, bring more people in, bring all the, and by worldview, the different social issues as well, bring them to the surface. It's funny that when we started in 2013, the prevailing issues that we were talking about, it was just came out of Arab Spring. We had the refugee issues front and center. We had the Occupy movement. That was the atmosphere then. Us coming from the Philippines, we never knew that we would have to face different issues such as human rights, digital rights in the Philippines back then. Now it's different. So things change over the years, and I hope that Republica continues to be a venue to bring this worldview to everybody, and to bring the people that it's actually attracted over the years together to help solve these social issues.
I would like to say thank you to all three of you for doing that in the session today as well, for bringing 3 different perspectives from 3 very different countries to this opening session for our program, this year's gig at Republica and Distributed Design Europe community at Republica. And a special thanks, because Jay, for you, it's in the middle of the night. For Gabby, it's you very early in the morning. And Sheila, you have a birthday of your own to celebrate. So thank you so much for making it for this opening session, for being a part of the gig and the Republica family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss you all and miss Republica.
Very excited about the next session, which is going to be a hormonal home cooking show brought to you by the fabulous Mary Magic. She is an artist and a researcher and is going to take us on a little bit of a reflection today about the boundaries of biohacking, our bodies, and what we can cook up in our own homes.
Hello everyone. My name is Mary Magic and I am an artist trained in biology and media arts and sciences. I'm originally from Los Angeles and I'm now based in Vienna. Today, I want to tell you all about a world we all live in called the Estro world, an alien landscape that is colonized by hormones. So how did I come to realize this? Well, in 2015, I started a research project called Open Source Estrogen, looking at all the ways our bodies are controlled and managed at the molecular level. When you type in estrogen into Google image search, you can see that our primary relationship with estrogen has always been through the pharmaceutical industry and the corporate sciences. At the same time, hormones exist all around us as a state of environmental toxicity, with petrochemical and agricultural industries producing molecules that permeate every aspect of the planet, causing unprecedented levels of physiological, neurological, and reproductive mutations. This happens because the estrogen receptor is highly promiscuous, meaning the opposite of selective. Furthermore, this receptor is shared with almost all animal taxa. So that's why we see frog, fish, and bird populations in decline due to endocrine disruptors in the environment. This is the collective mutagenesis of the estro world. But just as the body can be stolen, it can also be reclaimed. If our world is an alien landscape colonized by hormones, what does it mean to decolonize our bodies and environments? What kinds of strategies can we do as citizens in a collective struggle with the human, the non-human, and the planetary? There are many terms to describe my practice: hormone hacking, freak science, estrogen geeking, But the term I align most with is public amateurism, meaning learning, doing, and failing in the public sphere, and removing the hierarchy of the expert. This in turn creates critical spaces for collective queryings of the status quo. One of the first hormone protocols I explored was the use of transgenic yeast biosensors for detecting endocrine disruptors. With these yeast that act as extensions of our bodies, I could finally visualize the molecular semiosis that happens when estrogen comes in contact with our estrogen receptors. Because I was running workshops all around the world called EstroFem Lab, I created a mobile lab for traveling with my transgenic yeast and all its reagents. Oddly enough, I never got in trouble with airport security, even though I was obviously carrying very sketchy stuff. The next mobile lab that I created is what I like to call the extraction lab, and this lab is used for extracting hormones out of the environment and out of your own urine using a DIY column chromatography method and peristaltic pumps. The results of the urine extraction is a brown sticky substance you see at the bottom of the tube. After the workshop, we take turns smelling each other's hormones, which are now pheromones, that can activate an ancient and evolutionary response in our brains. You either love the smell, you hate it, or you smell nothing at all. The same urine protocol was used in a 10-minute speculative fiction film called Housewives Making Drugs, where trans women are the stars of their own fictional cooking show, teaching the audience at home how to extract your own hormones in the kitchen and taking your bodies into your own hands. I wanted to offer a vision where feminist concepts of body sovereignty could be applied to biohacking and biotechnology, and that science could be performed by and for queer people. At the same time, at the end of the show, the audience gets on stage and we all take shots of hormones together in a catchy estrogen song and dance. Continuing to bridge hormones and cultural discourse, I came across an article where two species of fish were hybridized to create a hermaphrodite species, and this species was called a hopeful monster in the title of the publication. With all the toxicities that we're exposed to every day, why can't our bodies also be considered hopeful? For example, this blogger writes, I don't think it's right that the government is putting birth control pills in the water supply and making all the men gay because we need both men and women to propagate the species. So, it's very easy to slip back into homophobic, transphobic, and even xenophobic discourse when you're talking about endocrine disruption. So in response to this, I created the Molecular Queering Agency, a fictional service that guides participants through the process of queering through an audio-visual projection and a urine-worshipping ritual. The participants put on oxygen masks containing hormones, therefore consenting to their colonization. In order to neutralize fear and panic, I present to them a 3-step process for living in an increasingly queer world. Step 1, toxicities. You live in an alien landscape that is colonized by hormones. Step 2, semiosis. But you're already alien with plastic in your blood and in your urine. Lastly, subjectivities. Do you want to be more alien than you already are? In this permanently polluted world, we see that not all bodies are created equal. A doctor looks between your legs when you're born and decides if you're a male or female. For intersex, trans, and queer people, their bodies are often unjustly policed and pathologized by medical science and institutional gatekeeping. So, I created a work in progress called Genital Panic, where participants walk into a staged gynecology office, sit in the chair, and make 3D scans of their own genitals to be submitted into an anonymous online database that is crowdsourced from the masses. I asked myself, what does a queer feminist population study look like, where the authority of science that has always policed gender and sex normativity was removed and came from the bottom up rather than the top down? I thought, we need to be making spacious room for all disobedient bodies. After all, we're all glitches of our material consumerist culture. What we buy and eat and drink and inhale creates different combinations inside of our bodies. In fact, we are not the fixed and stable constructs that we're told we are. It's really about what kind of inclusive future we want to build. We live in an astral world, but it can also be our astral world.
Our first In Conversation With session is, for me, a key piece of the program that we're bringing to you today. Bart de Witte, who's the founder of Hippo AI and has really created groundbreaking work in the area of open health by creating data standards that weren't existing before and trying to revolutionize how we see health and how we treat our data accordingly, is going to be in conversation with Nick Coldry, who is a professor at London's LSE and has coined the term data colonialism and brought forth such important concepts about the way that we think about our personal data and how we should govern it as a society in future. I'm so excited to pass the stage over to you, Bart and Nick, for your conversation on Data is Life.
Hi, my name is Bart de Witte. I'm the founder from the Hippo AI Foundation, and my mission is to open source medical artificial intelligence by creating data and AI commons. I'm your host for today. The following is a conversation with Nick Coldry from the London School of Economics. Nick, I was looking forward for this moment to have this conversation, so I'm very excited. And before we get into our topic that is both or leading or most taking over control of our life, what we are doing, I have a warm-up question. So, and I ask this to everyone, and there is no right or wrong answer. But what do you think of when you hear the word Hippo?
Well, there are two answers. One is Hippo is a recycling company in the UK, and it's the name of Hippo is on every recycling plant in Britain. So that's one thing I think of. Also, it made me think of St. Augustine, the great Christian philosopher, who was born or lived in Hippo in North Africa. So there's an important, and of course, he was one of he was the first person to really think of the interrogation of the self. So he's very important in thinking about the freedom of the self.
This is why I asked that question. I learned so many new aspects about the word hippo. I also learned that is the person with the highest income is also called a hippo. So all different things. So hippos are everywhere. But now, very seriously, coming to your work, you have been probably making the life of some people very uncomfortable, and you have been very vocal during your public discussions, and more specifically in the book that you co-authored with Ulysses Mejias of the State University of New York, called The Cost of Connection, that I can recommend all the listeners to buy and read, because it's an eye-opening book for me. You mentioned that we are witnessing today in the digital economy is a turning point in humanity. You also going one step further as the concept of Shoshana Zuboff that which she described in her book Surveillance Capitalism, because you are suggesting that the current power asymmetries between the digital data-driven platforms and the users will pave the way of a new stage of capitalism with outlines we only partly can see. And you call it the capitalization of life without limit. You mentioned, and I quote, that there will be no part of human life, there will be no layer of experience that is not extractable for economical value, and human life will be there for mining by corporations without reserve. You mentioned that this process of capitalization will be the foundation of a highly unequal new social arrangement, end quote. During my discussions in my work, I've quoted you many times. I think it's over 100, and I even lost friends quoting you. I had a friend who has an AI-based company that he sells as AI for good in Africa. He's extracting data, but he's creating value, economical value in Berlin. I also quoted this quite loud during an AI for Good conference in Geneva, where Google presented their AI-based solutions for health in India, where, out of my point of view, they were doing social experiments with very poor people, giving them access to some kind of detection system. And I called it as well data colonialism. So very short question before we deep into the topic, but I saw the reactions. How do you deal with the reactions bringing such a strong term? Like, because it is not a term that everybody wants to hear and discuss about.
Well, yes, it does provoke strong reactions. It is sensitive, and we can see why if we compare it with Shoshana Zuboff's very important thesis of surveillance capitalism, which I admire very much, and we have a lot in common with. But at its core, even though it seems very broad, Zuboff is basically saying there's a set of rogue capitalists, Google, Facebook, and the like, who've gone down a bad branch path, a variant of capitalism, which is wrong because it seizes surveillance assets from human beings. We need to reform them, and then we can get back on the path of capitalism, which is basically good, which, if insofar as it uses data, it does so for a valid purpose of personalizing services. That, in our view, misses the bigger picture, the even bigger picture, which is that the benign language of data capture, which we hear in every sector, from agriculture to health to education today, the benign capture of data as a social good needs to be rethought in terms of a much longer history of capture. And that history is the history of colonialism. And that's a fact about history. It's not our invention. That 500 years ago, roughly, two powers, Spain and Portugal, followed them by Holland and Britain, saw that it was possible to capture the earth's resources, the land, the resources in the land, the bodies to work the land. And we're arguing we're now at the beginning of an equally significant new epoch, the epoch of data colonialism, where a new thing is seized, which is human life itself. And the big data is the language for that capture. That is designed to be provocative because it's designed to open us to see the meaning of that if we take into account those parallels. And it is quite shocking because, as we know, historical colonialism was the start of a massive new inequality on a geopolitical scale, which created the world basically as an unequal space.
Why do you call it? Because if I look into data is for some people bits and bytes. It is not alive. It is a recording. Why do you call it that it's capitalization of life, human life? How can you create a digital, very abstract bits and bytes and are connected to human life?
Well, at the fundamental level, and health brings this out very well, the accounts we give, the stories we can give, the information we can give out about our life are fundamental to that life. We can be damaged by the bad information that circulates about our life. crucial health information about us, the nature of our genome sequence, is the core of the information relevant to our life. So if it goes into the wrong hands, that's extremely dangerous. So therefore, we can't ignore the consequences of information for life, particularly not health information. And I think in a real sense, to capture data from life is, in a broadest sense, to capture life itself, because it is to capture all the parameters of what can be said and known about that particular life. So another way of looking at it from the other end, from the corporate end, is that for the first time in human history, about 30, 40 years ago, it became possible for large corporations of all sorts, to have a different relation to human life. Before, human life was there as a set of consumers, a set of users of services. It did what it did. If it connected with corporations, that was great. If it didn't, it didn't. But because of the emergence of the internet, and particularly the intranet, as an input, a direct input to business, it became possible for corporations to imagine that life was part of the corporate process. It was a direct input to that process. And that is a radically new historical possibility. And that is the root of the idea of big data, which we see celebrated everywhere. So that's why we talk about the capitalization of life without limit, because basically, if you imagine that human life exists within the corporate domain, it's not separated from it in its own space. It exists, it grows, it develops within the corporate domain for capture. Then there are no limits to what corporations can do with that. It is a capture from the beginning, in advance. That's why we call it capitalization of life without limit. It's a fundamental shift in human history and power relations between human beings and corporations.
That's quite interesting and very insightful. Like what we did in the foundation is a lot of people are these metaphors, data is a new oil and data is a commodity, and we see data in healthcare as a reflection of human life, because we are in a very early stage of digitalization, but the further we move, when it will be in quantum computing or whatever kind of simulation we will be able to replicate, then somebody can make an exact copy of yourself. And then this is a reflection of your human life. The other part what we are looking at is why it's human life, because in that data are also the solutions for finding answers on diseases. And if somebody extracts that data and owns that data and owns these answers, then you also own human life, because then you have an asymmetric power relationship between the corporate and the society that is looking then for cures. Is there, I want to go a bit more into the framing of the term data colonialism, and is data monetization or looking at data as a commodity in healthcare the same then as data colonialism, or are there differences there in your concept?
Well, commodification is what enables the capitalist economy to operate. That was Marx's theory 150 years ago, and it's still broadly correct today, that by things being able to be exchanged on the market for value, they enter the capitalist economy. That's commodification. So monetization of data, many of these proposals, which we'll come on to, that you should be able to receive money for your personal data, they in effect normalize data as a commodity. And that is a precondition for data colonialism. It's not the same as the land grab, which is what we mean by data colonialism, but it's a key precondition. And therefore, I think we need to be really careful about the idea that, for example, we should be selling our personal data, our health data, because that's commodifying it, which is exactly incorporating it within the capitalist economy, when your important metaphor, data is human life, is a way of saying, no, it must be more than that. I think the phrase data is human life is very interesting, because in one sense, it's not true, because human life is more than data. human life is a natural phenomenon on the earth that's emerged over billions of years. Data is a highly precise construction within very particular infrastructures of storing data, transferring data, counting things on computers, which is an emergence just in the last few seconds, as it were, of human history. It's highly artificial. So in that sense, data is not human life. But you get to the core of the issue with your phrase, though, because in another way, capturing the data that is generated from human life is the same as capturing life itself. It's capturing all the informational possibilities of life, which are vital for the development of that life, both on a moral, civic level, but as you say, at a health level as well. So I agree with your phrase, if we translate it that way. Absolutely, data is human life in that sense, and therefore we must take care of it, and we must treat it as something of greater value than the economy, fundamental to the possibility of a good economy.
Yeah, and there are already AI-based services. Like there was a company called Replica.ai that was derived out of a story of somebody losing her friend, and then she took all the communication data and she created a replica of a communication chatbot that was about that reacting just as a deceased person. And now she created a startup around that you can replicate yourself. Now, I've looked at the terms and conditions of that startup. You can retract the data, but you don't own the model itself. And that means that there is something that is behaving like you, that is trained on your data, that is already feels like it's alive if you put pause a Turing test. But it is a reflection of you, but you don't own it. And that's exactly what you point out. Like we are in that sense, in a digital world, taking ownership of part of your life. And that's one of the without limits, that's one of these directions where this is heading to in a sense. So we see that in deep fake porno movies as well, where faces of celebrities are being used, where suddenly that's also data that is being used to act it in a very different way.
Well, if I could just comment on that. I mean, one can comment on that philosophically, because we know that data is used to predict. We know that marketers have ambitions to predict our reactions, our emotions on the basis of the data they already have about our past. So it's not just about the present. Philosophically, we're now entering to a new area where it hasn't until recently been necessary to talk about this question of ownership. Hegel, 200 years ago, said in an astonishing way that our body is our property. Mm-hmm. We own our body. It's a very jarring, strange phrase because, of course, we don't literally. That's not legally true. It's not politically true. We don't think that way. But what Hegel was trying to get at is that for the very possibility of existence as a human being in the world, there's a material basis of that, which includes the body, but including the mind, of course. And therefore, what we experience through our bodies, our embodied minds, is in that sense, we can call it our property, but he says it's inalienable. It's the one property you cannot give away and still be that human being.
I think that's where our fundamental rise of dignity and integrity exactly to protect it. We have fought for this to protect it, and now we are copying it into a digital realm where we're going to have to fight again for our digital rights, which should actually be the same as our analog rights.
But what is so interesting is that Hegel said this 200 years ago because he was trying to get to the fundamental roots of freedom. He was a fundamental thinker. He never imagined this would be a problem. The only case he thinks of people who lose control of that fundamental property are slaves. In a footnote to that comment, he says slaves have lost this, but everyone else has this basic freedom. Now we are encountering a moment in history where that property over the information flow of your life, which is what we experience as our life, is at stake in a corporate game, and including the genomic sequence that underlies all those possibilities. So this is a sign that we're entering really fundamental philosophical territory here.
But if you compare it to colonialism, I used, in my naive days in 2008, I used the service 23andMe because I wanted to find out where my ancestors came from and which diseases. I was a quantified selver and I wanted to quantify everything. I read the terms and conditions, yes. But at the time, during those days, the terms and conditions can always be changed. I still had to pay over €1,000 to get my data sequenced, and I was still not a product. But then the business model changed, and the terms and conditions changed. Consequently, I pulled back my data, but I think I'm one of the 0.1 users out there. But if you compare it to colonialism, nobody, I think, for my knowledge, asked consent. But in these platforms, you have to give consent. Isn't that the difference between colonialism and data colonialism, that there is this legal step where we give consent for people to process our data?
Well, this is an important point, and it's something that makes people sometimes puzzled about why we're talking about data colonialism here. So we have to put it in a bit of historical context. So what we're saying is colonial is the land grab, the taking of the asset. Originally, it was land. Now it is human life itself in the form of data. That's where we say the comparison occurs. So let's grant, if you grant that for a second, how can this be done? 500 years ago, the colonialists went out to the Americas, which they didn't know exist until they found it. And they had no social relations whatsoever with the people they found there. Nothing. They recognized them as human beings, that was all. They therefore only had two means to grab the gold and the silver, which was brute violence and lying, pretending to do something else while taking the gold and silver. And they did both. They did both. Now, however, the new colonialism, if that's what it is emerging on the basis not just of 500 years of colonialism, but 200 to 300 years of capitalism. The highly organized configuration of social relations around profit, around commodification. And that's why today violence, physical violence, isn't necessary to achieve a new colonial end. We just need to tweak the terms, the legal terms that govern the operation of our mobile phone devices. And we can already achieve the transfer of rights that is necessary for the colonial appropriation, because this is now happening on the basis of capitalism. That's the reason the violence isn't there. That's the reason we have something like consent, but it isn't really consent because people don't know what it is they're consenting to. They're consenting to some future, it's the capture of a future, the capture of the future of their data, which is by definition unknowable at that point in the present. So it's never a full consent given.
It is never informed consent.
Never informed consent, not at least as it normally operates, but there may be ways that socially we can ground consent in a different way, and I'm sure we'll come back to that.
The replica example that I gave you, if you go on the terms and conditions, the privacy terms, the last sentence is written that these terms can always be changed again. So, yeah. And that you have to regularly check if they are. And I know this from lawyers in the merger and acquisition space, that without putting this on there, they will have problems exiting the company, the startup. And with the exit, you sell the most valuable asset, which is then the data in terms of the acquisition strategies. Okay, we're talking about, I think I understood your concept, but now the solution, because we can always talk about all these radical approaches that Facebook started with, but what are these, and we're going to go deeper into that, but how do you then decolonize already colonized data, or does it start by creating an alternative system? How do you decolonize this world from these data platforms?
Well, what we're saying, and this is another implication of the data colonialism phrase, is that it's a whole social and economic order being built here around this capture of data. It's a fundamental transformation. So we can't dismantle it by me stopping to use Facebook or me refusing to enter into this genetic sequencing option that I might have. It has to be done collectively. And it's a matter really of thinking about what would a genuine social consent to the gathering of data for genuine social purposes be. Because if we're saying that in general, capturing a life's data stream as a default option, which is, I fear, where we're moving to very much with some of the rhetoric from the EU and many corporations and so on. If the default option is that your data is captured, it exists within the corporate domain, therefore life is captured, then we need to think about, can we imagine situations where there are purposes where we need data to be gathered, let's say to cure a disease, where everyone in the society would agree with that goal. They would understand the purposes of the data use. They would have transparent access to the modalities of that data use. They would have the chance to refuse consent if they change their mind. And there will be an ongoing social debate, really central to society's functioning, because health is at the core of society's continuing at all, which would be the ground, the basis of saying there is social consent to this particular use of this particular type of health data. And that would be unproblematic because it would be, as it were, the community saying, we together want to give this thing we all have together, which is the information generated by our living together, into a common pool to be used for our common purposes.
Which is very similar to what I'm doing with
exactly.
my
that
data.
would be valid, yes.
And then licensing them for creating what I then call open knowledge. The difficulty here is we live in a world where people don't care if they send text messages from A to B and if others sell their data as long as it's for free. But these same people, if you would ask them to send a letter by a postal service that is free, but this postal letter is then being opened and copied and then being sold, most probably nobody would use that because it's a letter and it would be open, and that should not be opened. Like the way of thinking in the analog world is very different than the way of thinking in a digital world. And I figured it completely out, but I think it's partly a lack of education. But at the same time, if these things come for free and the industry always hacks the human psychology in terms of giving him consent by always giving something back, how do you deal then with creating a movement? Because that's my challenge. We started social media campaigns, and this will take a very long time until we get there. But like, how do you close that gap from our behavior that is so much different in the analog world as in that digital space out there? Is that going to close by itself?
No. Well, I think it's a matter of social imagination. I mean, that's the reason that Ulysses Mikias and I wrote this book, The Cost of Connection, which is to try and start a debate in society about how we imagine living in a connected way, because we want to be connected, but on different terms, without this default data extraction. And that's an act of the historical imagination, the social imagination. And that's difficult because I think another aspects of what's changing as part of this new data-fied social order is that what we call society isn't the same as society was before this order came into being. We still carry in our heads the idea that we have our bodies, we move around in space, we touch each other. Yeah, we touch computers as well and put inputs into a computer system, and somehow magically that involves the transfer of information somewhere we can't see it, but we like it when it happens and we don't like it when it doesn't happen. That's our view of the social world on a daily basis. What we can't grasp, and we need to grasp, is that social space now operates in through forms of power between every point and every other point. It's not a matter of the king sitting on his seat, ruling us from one point in space. Computers are the source of government, of order, of power. And everything we carry has a computer in it. And every computer potentially can govern other computers because of the basic structure of the internet. So the nature of the space we live in is radically transformed in the past 30 years. It's a point-to-point space of power with radically much higher dimensional forms of power operating in it than the old version we were thinking of until around 1990. And we haven't got used to this yet. We need to think about that. But one way to think about that is to think about positive versions of that. Maybe it would be positive if each of us were to contribute the data that could be consensually gathered from the operations of our heart as a way of monitoring the risks, what causes the risks of heart disease. It might be something we would all consent to increase our knowledge as human beings, and something we could only do through this new, radically new, datafied social space that we're living in. But if we could start to imagine positive possibilities, that would get clearer bad possibilities as well. So I think it's very important to think about positive uses of this new space of connection, because then we'll start to be clear about what we definitely don't want, the sort of powers we definitely don't want corporations or governments to have in this radically new social space we're living in today.
What happened between 2001 and now? Because in 2001, and this is quite funny and surprising that I ever would quote these two persons. I was not a huge fan of their policies, but Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, they fought back against companies that were worth billions already in venture capital investments, and they were not on the stock exchange yet, that were patenting the human genome. And they decided to regulate the human genome and make it a common good. Because, and in that speech, they said, like, this is for the sake of humanity and the progress of society, we need to keep this a common good. And I asked myself, what happened since 2001 that a Bill Clinton and Tony Blair were telling this kind of story, where today we have Ursula von der Leyen going for the opposite? I don't get it. Why is there nobody? Is it becoming too complex? Is it because of the power becoming so strong what is your opinion that we have such a discrepancy between back then and now?
Well, I think what we're seeing is the result of moving away from your fundamental principle that data is human life. It is what emerges in the space of information from life. It is the future and the present of life, which is the natural default position. It's what human beings would naturally say, because we all know information in our own life. What I know about my life is my life, is what I remember about it, what I share about, that is my life. That's the natural default position. But what's taken over is a discourse, I would call it an ideology, which Yuval Harari, the historian, calls a dataism. Others call it dataism, which is the idea that data is the means of controlling life. Every data must be gathered from life so that life can be governed and controlled in the interests of power. This has been developed within market ideologies in the United States, developed within communist, different non-market ideologies within China. Europe is potentially in the middle of this. It does have the potential to offer something different. But at the moment, it looks like it's orientating itself more to the market discourse. It's not offering anything different, although all the European legislation says that everything should be done in accordance with the European values. I'm not clear what those European values are. They don't seem to be very clearly articulated in the proposed legislation, except some limited reference to some controls under using human rights, but that's not sufficient to deal with the social challenges here. So what's going on is really the capture of life by a dataist discourse, which argues that power over data will become the new form of power over life. And that's what social beings, that's what citizens have to challenge. It's only taken 20 years to do it. It can be reversed then in the next 20 years.
Wow, these were powerful words, and I think as a ending of our conversation, I leave it like this. I could go and touch on other topics, but dear Nick, thank you so much for this conversation. Thank you for being courageous. Thank you for your work, which is inspiring for me. I feel really honored and thankful that you allowed me to have this conversation, and I hope our audience will enjoy, spread it, because I think it is high noon that we start thinking about the utopias. So let's create them together.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Bart, and I admire your work, and I'm sure my co-author Ulysses Mejias would have loved to be part of the conversation too, if that had been possible. Good luck in your work.
Thank you so much, Nick. Thank you.
Caribou started with a question. We are all different, then why care for everyone the same? Are you wondering what caribous are? Caribous are tailor-made solutions designed to suit patients' needs. In Caribous, we create solutions that answer real personal problems. We co-design so people become creators and not only users of innovation. Healthcare professionals, patients, designers, and makers come together to create healthcare devices. We aim to empower people, teach others so that everyone can become more technologically literate. Prototype, prototype. We share how we make and openly document the project making. Join our global community at caribous.org.
Please don't leave the stream. We will be back quite soon. So grab a coffee, stretch it, say hi in the chat.
The first talk in our program is going to be held by the fabulous Mathilde Berchon, who is currently with the Future Lab in Paris. And she is going to take us on a little reflection. Whatever happened to that home factory we were promised and the 3D printer in our houses? Why is it not there yet? And when is it coming? So about the future of 3D printing and where we're at with it today. Over to you, Mathilde.
Hi everyone, hi, welcome, thanks for connecting. I'm super happy to be here with you. My name is Mathilde Berchon. I've been involved in the maker movement, 3D printing for about 10 years. I actually have wrote a few books in French about 3D printing and work for multiple startups, maker spaces, companies that are involved in this movement as well. So super happy to be here. The goal of this talk is really to tell you more about 3D printing and mostly really go through the phases of the 3D printing movement, because I think we are really entering a phase that's super interesting and that could really inspire you to get going with these technologies. So actually, how did I get involved with this movement? It all started with a big dream. I always, as a teenager, I really dreamed of living in San Francisco. And so I actually moved there from Europe to Silicon Valley in the year about 2010. And I really discovered something that was amazing there. That was this explosion of maker culture. So there was spaces like hacker spaces, there were maker spaces with, or fab labs with, so actual places where people would meet, share tools, share machines, and share knowledge, and teach each other, learn from each other by documenting projects and by just sharing the inspiration around making things. And so that's really a movement that's based on empowerment. As you might know, the idea is that if you give tools to somebody, they can learn and they can actually start to untangle, understand the world differently. And that's really what I think is super inspiring in this whole movement. And that's really also what made 3D printing in specifically like a symbol for a new alternative world that we could create together. So the idea is really to give the tools and the knowledge to anybody who wants to understand how the world works. So the products around us usually are kind of like black boxes. We don't really know where the products come, how they are made, which materials they are made of. We can't even really open most of the products around us. They are sealed, right? And when you open them, you can't really have access to the way they are made. Like, it's something that is not easily shared. And it's also something that makes us not be very able to repair, to fix what's broken. And when it's broken, usually we end up buying a new product or replacing it because, well, it's too complicated. We don't know how to fix it. So the idea of the maker movement was really to completely change this and finally give access to citizens to machines, so they can actually make products themselves, modify products, adapt the products around us so they are more usable and fitting our needs, and also being able to open those black boxes and understand how they work, to be able to open up the world and give back the power finally to citizens. So to go from being passive consumers to actual active members of society that can actually have an impact on the world around us. So that was really the promises of the maker movement, and I think it also came from having access to new tools, to new machines. And 3D printers really came at a time where there was this desire. It was really a meeting point where there was this desire to understand better the world around us, and those tools were giving us these opportunities. So in the year 2010 to 2014, it's really a specific moment in time. It's a moment where 3D printing became suddenly a technology that was available for anybody. Before that, actually, 3D printing, as you might know, was started in the 80s. The first 3D printer was actually sold in 1988. So it's a technology that existed for a long time, and that was mostly used by industries for prototyping. So it was machines that were pretty big and that were used by experts, by people who knew what they were doing, and it was really the beginning of the 3D printing was mostly used for prototypes. Very functional, realistic prototypes, but that was it. And so in the year 2009, one of the patents around 3D printing expired. The FDM, Fused Deposition Modeling patent, expired. And so that opened up possibilities for a lot of those makers that were hanging out in hackerspaces, in makerspaces, to actually start tinkering. Finally, there were some technologies that were open and available to actually being modified. And so what started as an academic project in the UK, in the University of Bath, by Adrian Bauder and his team, became, so they decided to open up the machines, to make them open source, and to share the plans online. So everybody who would want to create their own printer, build their own machine, was able to do it with one rule, which is to be in open source hardware, right? To document how you do it, to reshare the information online for other makers to build up upon you. So that was the idea. And so because we were at a time where there was this strong, these spaces that were starting, there was also online platforms that were there. Everything was in place. And so all the people around the world, like tons of makers, started to download the files and make their own printers. And so that's really what suddenly gave rise to this 3D printing as a symbol, as a potential machine that could really completely revolutionize the world and the way we make it. And so a lot of makers started to team up together to start their own companies. So for example, at the time, there was MakerBot, that was one of the strong visionary behind the movement, with the idea that everybody is going to buy a printer. It's going to be a bit like a computer or a phone. We're all going to have one at home, and we'll be able to print easily anything we want just by the push of a button. So that was a bit the message that was sent around that time. So tons of hopes, right, of promises. You might be familiar with a famous curve called the Gartner hype cycle. So it's really like usually almost all innovations go through those phases. So there is this moment of high expectations where everybody is a strong believer that it's going to change the world, it's going to be amazing. And so a lot of people get excited, enthusiastic about the technology and start companies, start projects, start to use the actual technologies. And then there is a huge crash. And so that's exactly what happened for 3D printing. Around the year 2015, something like this, for 3 to 4 years, it was this big crash where actually the users, the first pioneers, right, that started buying printers thinking, oh, they could use it, actually had a bit of a reality check. Because maybe you're familiar with this, but of course, if you buy a printer, you will realize quickly that it's not so easy. You are pretty limited if you don't know modeling software, if you don't know how to scan something and then modify it. Like you need to be pretty techy to be able to actually get good results with your 3D printers. Even if there were more and more 3D printers being more easy to use, etc. Like it's still something that takes some work. It's not so easy. So plug and play. So that's what happened. There was a bit of a reality check, really, of okay, what am I actually going to do with this printer? So a lot of printers actually stayed in closets and were not used so much. But what happened is that during that time, a lot of the actors, of people working in 3D printing, kept working on 3D printing. We're not so following, the media bubble around the technology, and so those people, that there's this foundational like team maker community that has kept working with 3D printing, also in industries, right? Like a lot of companies got equipped with 3D printers at the time. Many of them didn't really make use of it, but a bunch of them, a good niche of them, actually kept working hard to learn the technology and see what they can actually do with it. And those foundational practices actually are really right now, you can see that we are entering a new phase, like since 2018, something like this. We are really back like on a much more realistic approach around 3D printing. So we are not talking as much about you know, like a disruptive revolution that, you know, from one day you do things this way, the other day you actually 3D print everything. Of course not. That's not the way it is. The expectations are much more realistic now. And so that we are really entering a phase of actual growth. The movement is continually growing, but with people who are much more knowledgeable about the technology and are actually able to see the potential as they are. So what we see now is, first of all, one myth that got bursted is the idea that, okay, there was the idea that 3D printing is going to replace everything. That's not going to happen, right? Like what happened, what we see now in the way people are using 3D printing is that it's more like an additional technology that you combine with other technology. So for example, in industry, additive manufacturing is definitely a game changer. But for example, it's a game changer for tooling. So you can actually 3D print molds in a much more efficient way, thanks to the arrival of metal 3D printing. You can actually print tooling. So conventional processes and 3D printing are hand in hand, really. They work together. And so we are really improving the way we make things with use of less resources, optimization of shape. Like you can really improve already a lot of the conventional processes thanks to additive manufacturing. So that's one step. Like now we are more aware that, okay, 3D printing is linked to it's part of a big ensemble of processes. The second thing is that we now have a very strong awareness of a specific field called design for additive manufacturing. So what is design for additive manufacturing? It's the understanding that when you create a product for 3D printing, a piece for 3D printing, it needs to be designed a certain way. Like there is specialties around 3D printing that you don't find with other processes. And so that's something that is a big challenge nowadays, is that a lot of engineers, designers have been trained in school with conventional processes, and they had to learn a new way. Because when you design for 3D printing, for additive manufacturing is the same word, when you design for 3D printing, you need to sync the parts differently. For example, consolidation. In the conventional processes, usually when you design a part, you need a lot of different parts because even if the part is complex, you will need to create the different parts and then assemble them. So one complex industrial piece, like a engine, like turbine, or any part really is made from many other parts that are assembled together. With 3D printing, you can completely change completely this design. You can actually print directly a complex part. So you can have a part that has, internal cooling system. You can have a part that has moving modular parts inside it. You can decide that you're going to put a more dense material on one part and less on this part. You can remove a lot of material that you use by having very organic shapes. So all these things around design for additive manufacturing really completely require a change of mentality. You really change your mindset. You have to really learn the specificities of 3D printing to be able to really design parts. And that's also a reason, I would say, why there was this big kind of deception, like where the makers started like something that we see a lot on Thingiverse, for example, like the platform where people share 3D printed files, is that you see a lot of files that are available, but they are actually just a copy of an existing product. So for example, I see a lot of boxes for, Raspberry Pi or anywhere, like boxes. 3D printing is not good at printing large flat surfaces like a box. This is designed for injection molding processes, right? Like a lot of the world around us is made of squares, of boxes, because that's the way the machine works. That's how it shaped our world. And 3D printing can shape a completely different world. When you don't need to think inside a box, you can really rethink the way you design parts in a much more organic way, maybe with a better cooling system. You don't need to put material as much as before. So like that, there is still, I would say, even more in the maker community, like really a need for rethinking the parts for 3D printing. Another interesting part, I would say, is distributed manufacturing. With the COVID pandemic, like we saw, as you all, I'm sure, followed, like the actual amazing experiment, giant world experiment around distributed manufacturing, where makers from all across the world started to want to help out at the beginning of the pandemic and try to find solutions and how to help out. And 3D printing became this very useful tool where locally you could produce parts and you can send your designs, improve the design on each other, and actually print part locally to be able to help local health professionals, for example. So you saw like the face shield, things like that. Again, that was for the first time in history like a giant trial at doing distributed manufacturing. And what we saw, like tons of learning came from this, and I think it was a brilliant prototype of what could come next. For example, the idea of quality control, because if everybody is printing in their local makerspace, like how do you make sure the part is actually compliant for health purposes, even more in that specific case. So quality control was a big one. Also, how do you actually also relocalize material, access to materials, like that was something that was instantly a complexity. But what we saw is that there is today like a potential backbone of local manufacturers that could be able to produce locally. I would say one thing is that there is often a mix between what a desktop 3D printer like the one behind me can do, and usually what is the type of printers that makers have, which is really designed for prototyping, and what actual industries can do. Like when you see additive manufacturing technologies, you can actually print super complex parts made of metal that are used in planes nowadays. So there is often a confusion between what can 3D printing do and what we actually, us as citizens, have access to. So that's something also to consider. And so we saw the rise, for example, of manufacturing platforms like hubs, for example, that is really exploding. This idea of distributed manufacturing with industrial capabilities. So those are things that we are going to see more and more in the future, I would say. The design for additive manufacturing parts. So there is a huge need. I also want to take this opportunity to do a call really for makers, like to start really thinking, what could I do with additive manufacturing? There is a lot of possibilities with applications with 3D printing that are really never seen before. And I think instead of focusing on actual equipment, like the printers, like I think it's a terrible idea today to create a new 3D printer. Or like there is all, like the infrastructure is there now, like the actors are pro, like they are really providing good equipment. I think there is a lot of work to be done on applications. What do we do with these 3D printing possibilities? And that's when there is so much to do. And I think that really could be like a game changer, even more really with questions like climate change, for example. And so we saw it also with this COVID, the distributed network of face shield. There was the first phase of this initiative was to ask yourself, like there was this huge R&D, right, between makers from all over the world to say, okay, we have the machines, we want to help, what do we make? And so there was a lot of proposal, like should we 3D print masks, should we 3D print you know, tools to open doors. Like there was all this big brainstorm of what potential applications we could have that could help. And face shield became kind of the solution, like something that you can 3D print that is certainly helpful. So that's how it came down to face shields. But what about if we do that for everything else? Like the world is filled with products that are made on the other side of the world that consume tons of carbon and that could really be impacted by this. So this work needs to be done not only on the, okay, can we actually produce locally, but also the early phase of the 3D printing, right? Which is really designing, thinking of applications that really understand the specificities of 3D printing and that activate that.
Good afternoon, Oba.
Thank you very much for having me, Geraldine, on this session.
Thank you so much for joining us. Can you begin by telling us a little bit about the general work that you do at PhilSquare? How did you decide to found it, and what kind of innovation space is it?
Yeah, so we're a research and development center, and the center is focused basically on building innovation for the continent, for communities across the continent. And the goal is to enhance productivity of the next generation of Africans on African soil. So we're looking at, in the next 30 years, that the innovation that comes out of PhilSquare would impact on the kind of lives which we live in communities across Africa.
So you're really working with young people who are trying to come up with their own solutions, trying to build their own sort of digital paths, and you're doing a lot in the provision of learning opportunities. I think you did this especially also during the pandemic in a digital way. Can you introduce us to Vault School and how you're currently managing it?
Yeah, so during the pandemic, we realized that we had millions of children who are out of school as a result of the lockdown, and we at the time were working on an online learning platform for communities, for schools in Nigeria. And so we said, okay, is it possible for us to open up that to the rest of West Africa and be able to support continuous learning while the students are at home? And so we launched Vault School, which is a digital learning platform to basically provide STEM learning digital materials for students from in high school, so from grade 7 up to grade 12. And we launched this in April, and we were completely excited about the momentum it took up sometime in November when we crossed our first 2,000 students on the platform, and how it grew beyond just the 5 countries in West Africa, which we thought it would be focused on, to now over 9 countries across the continent.
That's an amazing success. You launched in April last year, and this is everything you've managed to scale already within 1 year, especially this year of the pandemic, reaching so many children. So as I said, this is the story of a maker microscope. So this is a little bit the background of how you're operating, the innovation hub, the school you set up, and how you managed to do this digitally also during the last year. So tell me a little bit, where did you first come across this microscope that is at the heart of our story today?
Yeah, so in 2019, I was on a conference in New Orleans in US, and at the time, I hadn't had any direct interface with the microscope or thinking around the microscope. And we had this meeting with Shannon, who is a member of the Public Labs. And we got talking and just started sharing experiences and ideas. And then from there, we decided to collaborate. And just after then, we started working on how we could extend the community microscope, the public lab community microscope, to the Nigerian setting. And so from there, we were able to get the initial concept of how these microscopes could actually help local context in Africa. And so we took the microscopes, we started trying to do some community engagement programs with it. However, when we launched the microscope with the communities, we quickly realized that the they didn't just need microscopes that were more or less like build kits. They wanted microscopes which they could get off the shelf. And so we started iterating the existing open source community microscope by Public Lab and evolved it from both the software down to the external casing, packaging, and every single thing that we have right now with the microscope.
Okay, let's take another little step back. So you found this open source blueprint, which is really a microscope that's been replicated around the world in different maker spaces and used in different settings to do all kinds of research. And maybe you can just quickly loop us back in when you said you saw different kind of use cases, how this could also be meaningful for your community. So why is it important for people to have access to something like a microscope? And what were the use cases that you saw in your community?
Yes, one of the very important things for us, which we saw with the microscope, was down to a research which we were running earlier on in 2018. Sometime in 2018, we came out with this hypothesis where we said to ourselves that why is it that the African research isn't contributing to Africa's own development? And why is it that we need to depend on international aid, international support, even down to research, to be able to go by? And so we came up with this stat, and we realized 12.5% of the world population are Africans. And out of the global contribution to research, Africa only contributes less than 1%. And this was really shocking for us. And so we said to ourselves that now we have the microscope, is it possible for us to contribute to increasing that percentage contribution of research on the global scale, and on the long run contribute to quality healthcare, contribute to education, contribute to national security, contribute to so many aspects of the continent. And so this was a very, very good use case for us. If we could give researchers low-cost, lab equipment that would quickly accelerate their research processes, then that would be great news. That would be great opportunity for us to actually contribute to all other sectors across the continent.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. And I guess this is true along different different communities, as you were explaining, research communities trying to come up with their own data, but also kids learning how to research and getting in this mindset that you might be also the collector of data and how to manage and store that. So sort of along the whole journey of junior researcher to people working in an academic context. So then, as you said, you found this microscope open source as a maker product, and those of us who work in maker communities will understand how special this is, because it's not that often that something that starts out as an open source blueprint like that makes it onto the shelf of a shop. So how did you go around sort of iterating this product design and working on it until it was something that you could supply as this kind of off-the-shelf product?
Yes, so as I said, initially what we did was to do a massive field test. So we brought in community members, we brought in professors from the university, we brought in high school teachers, we brought in students, freshman students, we brought in kids who were in primary school, to interact with this existing open source microscope which you had access to. And then they came up with a couple of designs. So they kept iterating the designs and different materials. For example, this is the first stage where we started from. So this is the Volt microscope, and basically it's made from wood. And this was the first design they came up with, where they could come up with wooden material where it could be protected. Came up with the sample bed here, and this concept of how to hold the lighting source that it was useful. This was more or less after many iterations of of development, which they arrived at this. And that was the first step. After that step was for us to put this out and put it in test schools and see, would you buy this? Would you pay to have this in your lab? And then it was quite interesting for us to realize that it costs you nothing less than $500 to up to $2,000 to get a good quality microscope in a lab, right? And that is the reason why most labs across Nigeria and even across Africa have only one, and they cage it like a museum. So you go and just say, oh, that's the microscope, that's the eyepiece, but you don't get to engage with it, right? So what we decided to do was, is it possible for us to give it at that low cost while still delivering the same average quality that you would get for a $500 or 500 euros microscope? And that was what we did. So we realized that the real core thing was the cost. Most people were ready to pay if it was cheaper, because then you can have more units. So instead of spending cost on $500 for one microscope, you can possibly get 10 microscopes. So that made more sense to them. And that was just easier for them to relate with. So we took all this learnings, took it back into the lab, recrunched it, and came up with a more refined structure of what the microscope is. Repackaged it. So we thought about everything from the packaging down to how it's arranged, to the manuals. We first of all started with very big manuals, and then we later realized that we could also keep the cost low by making the manuals really easy to use and simple to understand. We also thought about it because at some point it was like, oh, we need other additional things like replacement consumables and things like that. So someone within the community came up with a resource kit. So we could have a resource kit where we just have a bunch of things like cords, like gloves, like dropping pipettes, like clips, and all sorts of things, which you can just keep adding more and more things as the microscope keeps evolving to the resource kit. And the microscope itself evolved from the first stage down to this. And so now you have this, which is what it is now, but this was what it was before. And then you can see how it's evolved from it being wood to it being plastic now or entirely. So we started thinking about what is the sustainable way of manufacturing large quantities of the microscope on plastic. So we started thinking around acrylic and laser cutting and things like that. And that's just the summary of all the different processes. Yeah.
And okay, I have a bunch of questions. So first of all, it's great to hear, of course, how you went about this in sort of true makerspace fashion in terms of considering all the UX aspects and really developing this product together with the users in your community. I would love to learn, how are you producing it now? Is this something that you're able to do locally and that you're also doing within the capacity of Ville Square, or what's the production mechanism like?
Yes, so currently we do most of the fabrication locally. We do it within Ville Square. So we have the sheets, which we don't make the acrylic sheets, so we import those sheets into Nigeria. But we run the sheets under our laser cutting machines and cut them into the sizes where we want them to be. And then from there, we take it to, we hired people who do not have so much expertise or skill, but they have arty skills. So they gum the different parts together to make it into a box. And that box which you have can now then house all the other components of the microscope. Every other thing, like like from noticing it here, we have all reusable. So this is some band, right, which you could like get off on Amazon. And this is some screws, which we partnered with a screw company to ship them to us in large quantities. And then we basically fit everything together and putting the board in, which we also basically using the open source tool, we basically can get that, from Amazon or any of these different platforms, and then we ship them in there and we put everything together and get the microscope running. Where the real transformation happens is on the image processing. So what we've done is that because we have a lot of expertise in building high performance software, so we've spent time building drivers for the Volt microscope. We spent time, building advanced image processing tools for the chips and all the board on the microscope. So so basically that, and the packaging, we designed the box. So we design everything. We buy the sheets in flat base sheets. So they come in flat pack sheets. And then we also have to engineer this, right? So we couldn't get a box that was brown. So we had to figure out how to get it white and brown here. So we would like lay large sheets of stickers on this, and then we cut it under the laser cut to get out the shape. So yes, so basically most of everything is I would say 60–70% done in-house. We also get raw materials from outside the country locally to also support the production process.
If ever anybody needed a story that would underline how an open source design can create local jobs or lead to local economic development, I think you just delivered it perfectly. I have at least 2 more questions. So if I am a student in Nigeria now, I can go into a supermarket and buy your microscope. How much would I pay for it? And how would you explain to somebody who's not visited a school in Nigeria why this is such a game changer?
Yes. So if you're a student, you walk into a store. Currently, it goes for $41 in the store. That comes in the box, complete with the research kits, with the manuals, and then we also have like sample slides, which you can also get in the kit. Why is this important? As I said, education is one key thing that can transform any society. We at DioSquare, we like to see access to education as national security. And I'll explain what that means. So if you have access to education, for example, good education, then you can contribute to research coming out of that country. And if you can contribute to research coming out of that country, let's take a sector such as healthcare. You can contribute to the quality of healthcare in rural communities across the country. You can ensure that citizens' lives are safe. You can ensure that citizens have access to emergency services, have access to basic healthcare in no matter in wherever place they are across the country. And so we see education as the foundation to national development, to national security, to advancement of a country, of a continent. And that is why we take it very seriously at DioSquare. And something else which is really important is when you talk about science research, access to quality lab equipment, it's also very important, because ideally, most of these equipment are really expensive to have access to. So most students can't even have access to them in their lifetime of working as researchers. We took a poll, for example, when we were doing this research, we went to universities and we asked them for to give us the cost of equipment in the lab they use. And only out of 10 researchers, only 1 researcher could say that microscope cost X amount, or that PCR cost X amount. Why? Because most African researchers don't buy lab equipment. It's too expensive. To give you some context into that, the daily spending capacity or limit, in most African countries is less than $2. So if someone is earning at the end of the month, all their earnings is $150 or $200, for example. and that is a high earning person, right? But someone who can only spend $2 a day. So if you do $2 times 30 days, that is $60 they have access to throughout the whole month, right? It's difficult for them to take in $500 or $1,000 or $2,000 to invest into an equipment. That's like a whole year's salary. So we looked at this math and we said to ourselves that if we can offer research like this, for instance, this is the microscope. We're looking at other things like PCRs and all the other lab equipment. If we can offer, equipment like this to students across not just Nigeria but across Africa, then we immediately give an edge. We give students the opportunity to actually say, oh, we can contribute to society, or we can contribute to advancing, our individual countries. We are not just in Nigeria, we're also in Togo. We are in some universities in Togo. Yes, we're in some universities in Togo, and we've also started shipping recently to South Africa, Kenya, and some parts of Uganda. So, and the opportunities are just limitless when thinking about what this can do in our society.
So my last question is, what's next? And also, if people are listening to this and they got excited and would like to work in some kind of way with you, then where can they be in touch? I know you're part of many networks. Luckily, you're also part of the Global Innovation Gathering and the Africa Open Science and Hardware community. And is there anywhere else you'd like to point people to check out more of your work? You also have a session tomorrow, or at least you have a session in the Republica program coming up on homeschooling around the world. So yeah, what's next, and any place you want to point people to find out more about your work?
Yes, so everything we do is on the ViewSquare website, viewsquare.org. And most of the work on the microscope is viewsquare.org/vote. And so yes, the next steps for us is we're trying to build in more technology into this, such that we have some AI vision model, where if you put a sample over it, it's able to say, oh, okay, this is a plant cell, or this is this, and label all the different parts on it. So you don't need an expert to be able to do exploratory science. So that's one step for us. The second step for us is we're currently looking at possibilities to partner with hospitals to start exploring this in their labs, to do research such as blood count, and trying to look at the shape of a sickle cell, looking at things like typhoid, diagnosing typhoid in saliva, and a lot of other interesting research with this. So we're looking at point of care healthcare tool with this Volt microscope. So that's the next phase, which we're also looking at. And the goal is to put this in every primary healthcare center across Africa. And that's the high goal. We'll first start with Nigeria and see who is able to come along to join us on this. So yes, so those are the next steps.
An amazing plan. I'm looking forward to seeing it roll out. And I'd like to thank you so much for your time. Our next session is a statement talk. It's going to be given by Reem Tahouk, who is the Vice Chancellor Research Fellow at the School of Design and Centre for International Development at Northumbria University. She's going to deconstruct the terms resilience and innovation, in particular in regard to how we use them in contexts of refugee communities and the demands and expectations put on them.
August 4th, 2020 was the day of the Beirut port explosion that devastated the city and injured and killed hundreds. In the aftermath of the explosion, friends from the West got in touch to grieve with me, but also to say, Lebanese are resilient and will recover. When they would say that, I was screaming on the inside, no, Habibi, we do not want to be resilient. In 2010, the humanitarian system realized that things are simply not working. And humanitarian organizations turned towards innovation and the concept of resilience. Resilience is the ability of individuals, households, communities, and nations to anticipate, respond to, and recover from shocks and stressors like conflict. Some organizations, like the International Federation of Red Cross and Crescent, stressed that community resilience should maintain a focus on underlying vulnerabilities, and that recovery from shocks should not compromise long-term prospects of a community. That all sounds good, right? Who will ever say that communities should not be able to respond and recover from conflict, from displacement, from an explosion? No one. But what are the implications of the concept of community resilience on the ground? What narrative of humanitarianism is it propagating? And equally, where does innovation fit into this? Well, Duffield and Evans and Reed have all pointed out how implementing resilience and humanitarianism is problematic. In essence, when we are telling communities to be resilient, what we are doing is shifting the responsibility of responding to crises from states and humanitarian organizations to already vulnerabilized communities. We are also telling communities to shift their focus from structural inequalities to focus on anticipating shocks and stressors and preparing for them, rather than focusing on the day-to-day erosion of their capabilities and freedoms. By saying that communities should always be preparing for shocks and stressors, we are enforcing a dystopian way of being. A being that is always focused on something bad happening, rather than a narrative that is aspiration-based and focused on building communities that flourish. Here, you might say, Reem, isn't this just philosophical and theoretical speculation? Well, not really. When talking with Syrian refugees in Lebanon about how they characterize their resilience, they all said that resilience is survival. Resilience is accepting reality, a reality in which they have no choice. A reality where they know that if they as a community try to take action to be resilient in a way that they want to be resilient, they would be told, you can't do that. This is not your country. So how does technology and innovation fit into all of this? Well, let's take a few examples from my research. When Ashraf, an unaccompanied young asylum seeker in Austria, is struggling with mental health, he attempts to access an already underfunded and overwhelmed mental health service. While waiting for a month or more for his appointment, the service recommends a mental health app that is popular and well rated in the Google Play Store. Here we see a technology being part of a mechanism that is shifting the responsibility of addressing his mental health solely to him, rather than being a responsibility for him and a service provider. The technology is there to help him cope until the system can support him. But when Ashraf tries to use the app, he finds that the app is not designed for him. It is not designed for asylum seekers. And here we're not just talking about the language. We're talking about the environment and resources that the app designers assumed their users would have. For example, the app tells Ashraf that when he's having difficulty sleeping, he should work on separating the social and work spaces in his home from his sleeping space. How is Ashraf supposed to do that when he has been assigned to live in housing where he shares a room with 3 other asylum seekers that socialize in that room? So here we're not only seeing a shift in responsibility, but also the wider system asking an asylum seeker to be resilient while imposing migration policies that contribute to structural inequalities. Ashraf is being asked to change when the system is unwilling to change. Is this not dystopian? Now, Ashraf is an individual, but what about resilience at a community level? In a rural town in Lebanon, a group of Syrian refugee women living in an informal settlement meet every afternoon over coffee. They discuss their situation and exchange tips on how to secure food for their family. You see, the Lebanese government has imposed so many barriers for their husbands to secure a stable source of income. But they do receive food aid. And the World Food Program that provides that aid has fully embraced technologies and innovation. Before, refugees would have to go every month to receive a food aid box, but now they don't have to do that. A refugee initially meets with an aid worker that assesses their food security and vulnerability, and if eligible, signs them up for the electronic voucher system. They don't have to see the aid worker for months to get their aid. This is great. It is more dignified. But here, the technology is a technology of abandonment. The aid worker is now distanced from refugees. The amount of contact between refugees and aid workers is reduced. So how does the e-voucher system work? A refugee is given a debit card that the World Food Program tops up with money every month. The refugee can use this card to only buy food from a select number of shops that are usually owned by Lebanese. Again, here we see another form of shifting of responsibility. The shopkeeper is now the gatekeeper of the food aid rather than the humanitarian organization. In theory, the model is great. Refugees are given freedom of choice in food products, it is more dignified, and the Lebanese economy benefits, especially local shop owners. But in reality, it is much different. The shifting in responsibility mediated by the e-voucher system created space for refugees to experience racism and discrimination by Lebanese shop owners that would sometimes abuse the low technology literacy of refugees that have never used a debit card before. Shop owners would increase their prices because they know that refugees cannot go to another shop that's registered with the World Food Program to buy food. And they increased their prices for engaging in risky transactions that enabled refugees to buy non-food products using their food aid and the e-voucher system. My research points to the fact that by situating a technology in a specific space, while ignoring the racism Lebanese in that area have towards Syrians, while ignoring that Lebanese shop owners are also on the brink of poverty themselves, results in these experiences. By enabling these spaces, the technology is enforcing the status quo of discrimination against refugees. Now let's take this a step further and go back to our group of women that are meeting over coffee. They discuss how in an ideal world where they had cash available to them, they can form a collective that negotiates with shop owners on prices and buys in bulk so that they can all benefit from discounted prices. This is a form of resilience, is it not? Is it not a community that is taking action to respond to their crisis of food insecurity and displacement? Is it not a form of resilience that challenges the status quo by positioning them as a collective with agency to negotiate? But does the e-voucher enable it? The answer is no. The technology enforces the narrative of refugees being viewed as a household or individual, and not a community of action. By not enabling refugees to pool money available in their e-vouchers for collective purchasing. Shop owners are even advised when using this technology not to sell in bulk, because what if a refugee is benefiting from a bulk discount and is then portioning it up and selling it at a cheaper price than the shop owner? The technology is designed to secure that aid is used in the way promised to funders. And this happens at the expense of refugees practicing their collective agency. Therefore, the technology is a tool through which we are reinforcing a narrative that says that refugees cannot take collective action when engaging with other actors. And this is in line with the narrative that is part of the system of oppression practiced by the Lebanese state. When refugees wanted to elect a committee of representatives for each settlement that would liaise with the local Lebanese government, this was not allowed. And instead, local politicians selected a refugee from each settlement to be a liaison. So what we see from these examples is resilience being kept at the level of survival rather than that of flourishing. resilience as coping with what is given, rather than resilience taking the form of collective action, community organization, and the practicing of agency in everyday interactions. And technologies are enforcing this dystopian narrative of resilience, a resilience that is not leading to transformational change. So the question I want to end on, that I hope we can all reflect on throughout today and the conference, is how can we design technologies for resilience that create a space for flourishing, a space for working towards challenging the status quo, and doing so, move away from the dystopian futures that are being enforced on refugees. Thank you.
In this next session, Tariq Omar from the Cairo Hackerspace is going to introduce to you what he has been working on in the meantime, especially when so many of us couldn't visit our local makerspace. Come with us on a little demo and journey to discover the remote lab. Hi, Tariq. Great to have you here.
Hi, Geraldine. Thank you.
I would love to ask you to begin by giving us a demonstration of what you mean when you say remote control lab, and introduce us to Senate Lab, please.
Okay, so let me begin by sharing the screen and going to right to the Senate Lab website. So Senate Lab is a platform that we built at Cairo Hackerspace related to the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic. When it started, we couldn't begin doing workshops or events or any of what we do, and a lot of people were asking us to, they needed hardware, and we thought about lending hardware. We thought about the mobile makerspace we did before, and nothing worked in that setting. But then we remember something we thought of a long time ago, which is we were thinking about sharing our lab online and also shared with other countries. And we were thinking about, like, if every hackerspace or a makerspace are able to share some of their instruments for students and makers and hackers everywhere in the world, so they can learn on it. A lot of things doesn't really need you have the hardware in hand. Mostly you program it, you monitor it, you control it, related to most experiments. So we started Senate Lab. It's still in development. This is like right now, like early beta. And the whole idea of it is to have the hardware easily shared and controlled from anywhere in the world. So we thought about what would make the process easy, and the first thing we thought of, we get a lot of people in the hackerspace who does not even have computers, and they want to use our own computer. So we thought everyone have either phones or tablets, so why don't they have a virtual machine on the cloud that they can create this? So I'm going to show you right now. The first thing we did was we created an online virtual machine. So I'm going to, I hope I wrote that right. Republica. Okay, let's actually make it very correct. Republica21. And then I'm creating a virtual machine right now. It's Ubuntu. It's a version of Linux, and this is what most engineers and scientists and developers and people learning use. And basically you can do anything that you would do on Mac or Windows, most things. So I'm gonna, just like that, I'm gonna create a new machine. And let's imagine right now I'm the teacher or the professor or the person who's doing the workshop. And right now I just created the virtual machine. And then once I set up this virtual machine, I can go, it's like computer, it's like desktop. I can go inside, I can set up my examples, I can set up software that the students, they will use. And I'm gonna just make a quick example here of, let's say, Visual Studio Code. This is something familiar to people who know that they use it to do programming. So if I have an online lesson for people to learn Python programming and do AI, we can actually use this. And once I am done setting up my examples, I can save it and set up all the hardware and save it. I'm gonna go back quickly to show you something before I go to the hardware. I can actually come here as a professor and I can allow this machine to be cloned or collaboration, right? So mainly the cloning right now. And I send this code to my students. I actually use this personally. I have about 10 students I teach online, and I use this platform with them in hardware and software. So when I send them this container, they are able to clone my virtual machine with everything I had in there, and they have all the examples and everything set up. The collaboration feature, we have it for our students. Let's say my student have a problem. So when they check this and they send me their code of their own virtual machine, I am able to actually go inside and we both are collaborating on the same machine. So it's like Google Documents, for example, where multiple people can join. So I do use that feature with actually one of my students that I teach Python programming language. And every lesson we collaborate on one machine and we work together to learn that. The main feature, which is the remote lab. This is a lab also, but the main feature is attaching hardware. So we made it very easy for anyone who have an account on Senate Lab to download the Raspberry Pi image. So everyone, a lot of people know Raspberry Pi is single board computer. And just by one click, when you go there, device manager, when you click request image, you will get just a file. You download that file on your SD card, put it in the Raspberry Pi. And then I'm gonna go back here quickly. Sorry, I'm going too quickly. And then anything I connect into the USB port for that Raspberry Pi will actually appear here. Or I can share it. It also has a code. I can just send that code, like the virtual machine code, to my student. And then they will be able to do that. So here I have sample codes for two of my colleagues working with me for their own Raspberry Pi and whatever they are using. So this is a Raspberry Pi right now that has an experiment that related to motors, okay, to learn how to control motors with PWM signal. So I'm not gonna go into the technical terms right now, but it's how you do, it's like modulation, how to make a signal to control how fast the motor rotates, the speed and the direction of that. And right now the camera is going to, it should appear right now, hopefully. That's what happens in the demos. So yeah, as you can see, the camera right now appeared. I'm gonna show you exactly what you see here. I'm gonna do this so everything is clear. So right now I have the camera. This is the motor right now, and I am going to leave this. So this is right now I can light around. Let's say this is a lecture, and I'm showing you an example. And then later, at any time during the week, night, morning, you can just go attach the machine and try to do the assignment. I gave you an example, assignment, and I told you like, hey, using what you learned in the classroom right now, I want you to program this circuit. It looks messy a little bit. So yeah, until the program opens, I'll tell you what exactly we have here. So what we have here is like, this is an oscilloscope. It's a digital oscilloscope. And this is the motor with a propeller, actually a drone propeller. And this is a power supply that's supplying power to the propeller. And what do you see here is the software that generates the wave and that can control the motor. So right now I am going to turn on the motor. So the motor is actually, so these switches, I will tell you quickly what is this. So right now this determines the direction of the motor. So, and right now the motor, I think it should turn into clockwise. So let me just make this a little bigger. Okay, let's get this out of the screen. Like this, and then we can generate right now the pulse. So when the motor receives the pulse, it is going to turn. It should. Okay. The motor is not turning. There is a pulse. Okay. I think I have changed it. I have changed something. The power. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I see. The pulse is too weak. So let's change the pulse here. Okay, I don't see the motor turning, but it works. So I think it's I change it something here. Okay, so yeah, from here. So basically, to make the motor rotate, we need to send the motor a specific pulse. And as you can see here, this is the pulse that the motor is getting. And this pulse should be 5 volts. So it's 5 volts on and off quickly. And that determines how fast the motor rotates. And when I run, I click run here. It should make the motor rotate. And sorry about that. So here, that determines in this area, that determines the direction of where the motors should, the direction of the motor. I can change the speed right now. I'm gonna make this window away. As you can see, all of these windows are in the browser right now, and this is similar to on a tablet or a phone. And this is like game streaming. If anyone hears about game streaming right now, we are doing the same. We are streaming the keyboard and the mouse back to the clouds, and you get this view streamed back to you. And you can install any software in this setting. So basically right now, what happened is the camera is going to stop right now. And this is a good feature we created so that the students can have cues. So right now, as you can see, I mounted this and now it got unmounted after 300 seconds. And the reason is, if we have 100, if I'm teaching right now and we have 10 students, they can get their turns in the queue. And I can have this experiment like 4 of them or 3 of them. And that's actually what I do with my students. Sometimes I have multiple students and I have only 1 experiment, but I leave it on forever. Just plug it in and go to sleep and don't have to worry about it. So I'm gonna mount it again. And as you can see, mount it for 300 seconds. I'm just going to close this and open it again so it can, and then the camera, it's going to come right now. So yeah, basically that's one experiment. I can show you also another experiment with Arduino. So yeah, I did this like a quick demo. As you can see, the motor is turning. I mean, yeah, this is basically like summary of it's working, and you can plug in anything. You can plug in any kind of experiment or like something you would need just to monitor the data, and you need a specific software for it. And you can do this remotely. I use this even at work, and sometimes at work at my day job, I do I build escape rooms and I build exhibits, and these things sometimes break, and sometimes it's impossible for me to go, and I don't even have my laptop. So I leave a Raspberry Pi there with the OS. Once they just plug into the Raspberry Pi and put the USB in, I have full access and I can see everything happening. I can just program it or debug it or change it or do anything. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for the brilliant demonstration, Tarek. It's great to see Senate Lab in action.
Thank you very much. Oh, let me stop the share. Okay.
Yeah, I would love to ask you a couple of questions to follow up your presentation with. So I think you explained so well in the beginning, the inspiration point, like during COVID, you were in a city where it was a really difficult situation for a long time and people couldn't really go anywhere. So it's clear where your sort of point of departure came from. I would love to learn from you what your hopes are for Senate Lab, how you think it's going to be in effect to give more people perhaps access to these kind of educational opportunities and learn spaces than previously you've had.
Yeah, as I said before, we had that exact problem for a long time, and talking with my friend in the gigs, like friends in the gig network, and mostly the same problem exists in a lot of African countries, which is it's hard to get the experiments, the hardware. There is a lot of things that are open source, but not everything is open source. And even building the open source things, you cannot do everything. Some hardware is expensive. In case of Egypt, for example, I cannot get all the hardware. The price also, like the very cheap things like the Arduino is right now very expensive in Egypt because of the difference in the price and the economy and all of that. So even the very cheap things that you can say it's like $1 or $2, it is actually now challenging for the education reason. And most of these things, you don't actually need the hardware in your hand. So it was the time, like we had the time right now to build it of a vision we saw long time before. We needed this. We tried, as I said before, we tried to help other places in Egypt to open hacker spaces. And one of the issues was there is no accessibility. And we tried to make the accessibility, but it didn't really work. The things need to be always there or needs to be always accessible. And right now I'm sharing my own hardware with my friends in Cairo Hackerspace and also my students everywhere, like in the US or Europe or in Egypt.
Right, so it's not just something that's to be used during the pandemic and in the times where we can't necessarily go to our makerspace or hackerspace of choice, but also especially to create access for people who don't get to go to such kind of spaces at all or that are under-equipped. I think this is such a beautiful continuation of some of the work that you've been doing. As you mentioned really briefly, you set up Cairo Hackerspace, but also put that in a mobile van to take it to places where people didn't have access to the space that you were providing inside a capital city center, and now taking that to the virtual realm to give even more people access. I think, yeah, like I said, is a beautiful continuation of that. And like you rightly pointed out, some of the people in our network live in countries where you have up to 400% import tax for hardware, and even smaller devices like Arduinos or Raspberry Pis that seem generally affordable can become hugely expensive in a setting like that.
Yeah,
so,
that's correct.
How are you developing it at the moment? You said it's in beta mode, and what are the next steps for Senate Lab?
So currently, all the team working on Senate Lab are Cairo Hackerspace members. And yeah, as I said, the reason we wanted to do that because we don't want to. We have been through a lot in Cairo Hackerspace, like a lot of extreme things, and this was like we are trained right now, so we never stop. So that's why we instantly started working on that. So it's the Hackerspace team working on that. A lot of the developers that working right now on Senate Lab are actually interns. Some of them, it was the first time ever writing code, and I did that because I was like, if that project failed, at least someone got the benefit, and this is the mission of Cairo Hackerspace. So we educate, we teach people things from different fields. The current state is we are trying to make the main features more stable. The main features we have, which is like the virtual desktops that you can spawn with one click or share or collaborate with in 1 second, and also be able to share your own hardware, any hardware that you can plug with USB to be able to share that. We're trying to make that more stable and intuitive and easy as like one click. You can have your hardware shared with your students or other people anywhere in the world. And then we want to add extra features that are mainly targeted for open science, which is like easier feature for AI and monitoring science experiments. So you don't have to go inside a virtual machine and set up everything by your hand, but now you can have like a dashboard with the camera and that's it. So we will be moving into that after this setting I showed would be more stable.
That's really exciting. I mean, I can imagine so many different ways that this can be used in future. And I maybe as a closing question would just love to hear if people were listening to this and think like, oh, I want to use Senate Lab in my educational setting, or I want to help develop this product, then what's the call to action? Can they get in touch with you? What would you say?
Yeah, so we are actually right now so right now I'm the only user, actual real user for Senate Lab, because I do actually use it with my students every week for the past 3 months. So I'm discovering new ways this could be helpful. Every time I show it to someone, they tell me, oh, this could be good in this problem, this could solve that problem. And I'm looking right now for organizations or people or spaces that would actually use this as a beta testing in a real classroom setting. Like I'm looking for a real classroom setting so we can work on making the features more stable. And I can be you can just send an email to info@senetlab.com, and I will be responding to you. And yeah, that's what we are looking for. And we are also looking for support or funding, because this project we have been working on for the past year, since like we started actual development in May 2020, and it was all volunteer work and personal funding. So right now it did actually slow down a little bit because we ran out of funding, and some of the people working on it are students, so they are trying to keep up with their studies also. So yeah, so we're looking also for funding and beta testers.
I hope a lot of people get in touch after they heard the session and watched the session. And I just want to say thank you for the amazing work you're doing. I so look forward to see where this is going to go, and hope to be part of the further journey. And thank you for being a member of the GIG community and taking part in this year's Republica program.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Geraldine.
In our next session, we're going to take you on a little trip to South Asia to visit two spaces who are making sure that we don't slip straight from this pandemic into the next catastrophe, and trying to do their share to combat climate change, working with local communities, coming up with local solutions in order to avoid further crisis. So we're going to take you to Nepal and Bhutan to discover climate action makerspaces.
So this is Karma House 4.0. Basically, it has been over the last 5-6 years that we have been working and very closely looking into some of the existing challenges that we face and why we are doing this Karma House in honor and respect to the health, wealth, and environment. Here we will share you why we are doing the Karma House, and in the process how we are using the digital fabrication technology to build the local capacity, as well as to build the innovative materials for this building of the Karma House, and also some of the rationales that we are facing right now currently in Bhutan. So this is a Karma House is a country helix collaboration, meaning that it's not enough that only that Fab Lab or the maker community alone as in silos are building this, but I think it's equally important also to look at the overall government plans, so that whatever learning we have, we can actually transfer that to through the horizontal collaboration approach. So therefore, we also have government officials who are also keen in supporting us and guiding us on this to make this successful cases, trailblazer building cases in Bhutan. So our immediate challenge in Bhutan built environment is that in environmental aspects, due to the rapid urbanization, rural urban migrations, right now, one of the biggest challenges is that most of the youths are from rural communities are flooding into the urban areas. And within that, due to all the buildings that is coming up in the urban spaces, it is actually having a very fatal challenges for the environment. It is degrading entire local systems throughout actually all these regions throughout Bhutan. We have around 20 municipalities currently. Now, when it comes to the energy, based on the Bhutan energy efficiency baseline studies that was conducted, it has shown that 48.7% of the energy consumptions are going directly into the built environment. And likewise, currently some of the resources that we are using is the firewood. And firewood also is very hazardous as per the World Health Organization. And what is Karma House is going to be the first of its kind in Bhutan. And the whole idea of Karma House is to lead and accelerate the innovation, demonstration, and commercialization of green energy solution within the energy, water, metals consumption, and data by making powerful cases. So the powerful life cases is Karma House itself. And again, it is not enough that we are doing it. I think it has to be collaboration. That is only way forward for everybody, whether it's government agencies, private institutions, or research academies, right? So therefore, like we have been successful to form the Pointer Helix Innovation Playground. So the policymaker can also benefit from this Karma House learning and journey, as well as academia and citizens can actually come and live and feel life, how the Karma House was developed. Right. So for us, it's like if it's a policymaker, we transfer the ownership of the Karma House to the policymaker in that region. If it's academia, then they can all. So basically, we are trying to open up ourselves so that the people, whoever with their respective backgrounds, can own and feel the ownership of that journey. It's a process orientation, not a result orientation. So that is the important work of the work that we are doing. So again, in 2017, there was field research that from the Germany and the Bhutan government, they have jointly conducted research on how is the energy consumption in the Bhutan. So they have went to 10 different houses across Bhutan, and then they have made all the research, and based on that research and findings. So these are the 10 houses that they have looked into the traditional rant house. They have looked into the conventional buildings structure that is in Bhutan right now. And finding from this is like there's many findings, but above all is like the building envelopes in Bhutan are not really sustainable. First of all, because it doesn't have fixed joints and insulations that is important to preserve the indoor climate, as well as So when you look into these 10 findings, we found out that we have to come up with adequate skills and technology by harnessing the power of technology, and then open source fabrications. Then we can maybe build up the entire local skills, as well as solve some of the challenges that the built environment is facing in Bhutan. So in that process, so Karma House, in fact, Karma Ishi, our director, she has been very supportive from the day one. Since 2000, this building Karma House is going to be a live demonstration. So we have the site located very in the middle of the center of the urban area. So it is good for people to work in from the street, government officials to work in from their offices to see and feel this. So it has been 5 years on the journey. Here we even reached out to many international research institutions. We have visited several different technologies hubs, because for us collaboration and innovation is not all about inventing new wheels, rather looking into existing part of the world and see if we could transfer some of that innovation to Bhutan, whether it's in other part of Europe or America or wherever it is. If you can collaborate that and then transfer that technology with respect to the nature, culture. So this is why we have come up with this. So Karma House is going to be a multi-purpose training center in the heart, and we will be having different laboratories up and running. I think some of the things that I'll share you 2 slideshows that what we are doing right now to build locally, manufacture everything, and that was accumulated over engineering research that we have did it. So now in this Karma House, we are going to use the FabLab digital fabrication tools and equipments. So here we are going to build solar integrators roof tiles in Bhutan. We are also going to develop wood tool slabs that is going to be integrated, because all these materials are in abundance available in Bhutan. So now we are going to use these locally available things to use it and apply that into the Karma House, from solar roof tiles to the wood tool slabs. Even we are going to use the old plumbing pipes that has been thrown out. We are going to take that up and recycle that lands. Now we are also looking into the hot water, smart hot water thing, where we're going to integrate some of the technologies, so that it can be 5 to 10 times faster than the conventional. At the same time, it is going to be environmental friendly. Likewise, we also have been looking into the entire construction systems. Like we are using some of the digital fabrication right now. Everything is done manually in Bhutan. We are introducing some new technology. Now, from the findings earlier, also found out that the ceiling of the building environment is not good in Bhutan. So, which means like windows and door elements. So we are also setting up the entire production system to develop our own windows and door fabrication in Bhutan, and then at the same time train the local to do both the production as well as installations. We are even doing our 3D printing modelings of these through the plastic recycled. So basically, it's overall that we are looking into, and this is something that now we are gearing to set up and then train the locals, and then use it Karma House to install all these things. So hopefully with this, it can safeguard the environment. We can use the local abundance resources and develop the local skills so that we can also generate employability. So this is overall that we are now confined with, and now we over post COVID-19, then we are ready to construct the Karma House.
Nepal Community, we are a innovation-led community hub based in Kathmandu, the capital of Nepal. We've been in this space since 2016. Incubation, business incubation, focusing on startups and SMEs is our flagship program. But apart from the incubation, we also have a co-working space. We lease out our training hall for different events. I mean, because we're a community hub that is based around innovation, so we're really open to innovators, change makers, entrepreneurs, artists, activists. So we really kind of work with different people to try and bring to try and look at innovation from different lenses and from the perspectives of different people, right? So that's how that's how it also is a co-working space. We have community events. We tend to do an eclectic sort of programs. So apart, like I said, in addition to the incubation, the co-working space, we also host programs. So one of the programs that we hosted in 2019 was the American Arts Incubator. We had an American artist stay with us for a little over a month, and she ran workshops around digital fabrication, which would then help women's empowerment. So we had a group of really charismatic Nepali women and men sort of working on women empowerment issues and kind of visualizing it in the art space. And apart from that, we finally have the first Fab Lab in Nepal, the Digital Fabrication Lab in Nepal. They're with us. We're super excited. I don't come from the engineering background, but coming from a management side, I see so much of potential that Fab Lab has for the entrepreneurial community here in Nepal. Yes, it's in Kathmandu right now, but hopefully with the situation improving, we get more people interested, more communities interested in the work that Fab Lab is doing. So yeah, we're really excited that we have it here, and we've got all these really cool machines. I mean, I did my PhD in an engineering department in the manufacturing institution. So I'm like really excited to have these machines, and it's just sort of a new learning chapter really. Yeah, so currently what Nepal Community does is we run a business incubation program that is that runs from 10 months to 1 year. But we kind of curated and customized it based on the requirement of the project and the enterprises. So the Tourovation Hub specifically is actually an 18 months project. So the first part of it began with an inception study to just understand what's happening in the renewable energy sector and what do tourism enterprises need right now, right? I mean, apart from COVID, also there are challenges in terms of sustainable innovation, infrastructure, transport around tourism, and we are a tourism hub. Tourism is one of our largest industries that employs a lot of people. So yeah, so in that sense, like, so what this program, what EC Mode envisioned is how can we support
these enterprises to become more resilient, more climate resilient, to be more specific, right? So, and then based on this premise, we started off with an inception report to understand, talking to different stakeholders across the public and the private sector to look at challenges and opportunities. So it commenced with that. Then we moved on to a 6 months incubation program, which comes to an end in May, this month really. And then what happens is, so we are currently incubating 8 enterprises right now. So we don't do it in like large numbers because it's also to do with the quality and the kind of support. So we did have a selection process where we use the design thinking approach to really select these enterprises. So we had 2 3-day design sprints in September and October, where we selected 8 enterprises, because the whole premise is to start off with what their renewable solution is and to see how it kind of fits into their business model, right? So we kind of started off with that in the ideation phase, and then now in the incubation phase, these 8 companies, we meet with them. So in terms of what you are referring to operations-wise, we meet them for coaching sessions and monthly master classes. So the coaching sessions are really 2 business coaching sessions and 1 financial coaching session. And then once a month, there's always a topic that's most relevant to them that we run a half-day workshop. And usually it tends to be full-day workshop, but because of COVID, our entire program is now virtual for Tourovation, but we're learning along with helping the enterprises. So that's the incubation phase. From the incubation phase, the 8 enterprises then go, out of the 8, 4 will go into the acceleration phase, right? So these are SMEs. Sorry, I should have highlighted that. For this cohort, we are working with SMEs. With our other cohorts, we tend to work with startups, more so early stage startups. So yes, so now 4 will move into the acceleration phase, where we'll help them find investment, and then we provide them with post-investment coaching. And the program wraps up in December at Green Tourism Expo, where all the 8 enterprises come and talk. Yeah. What we have been learning about helping the tourism enterprises become more climate resilient is, one is the adoption of renewable energy solutions, right? Both at the energy production and the consumption side of it, because there is a lot of information, there is support, but it's not really out there for a lot of tourism enterprises. So I think some way in terms of to facilitate, to help organization understand that renewable energy solutions are not limited just to lighting, right? Because right now there is also, if I may say so, a perception that, oh, it's only for lighting, right? The renewable energy sources are only for lighting, but that's not it. And given that some of the enterprises that we work with are in a mountainous terrain, it is important to kind of work through this perception and say, no, it can be used for more, right? The other thing is the use of plastic also, when we're talking about single-use plastic bags and bottles, which is a lot of, creates a lot of sort of environmental consequences for some of these companies and kind of around waste management, right? So this is more within the climate resilience part of it. And I think in terms of interventions, so hubs like the Tourovation Hub is important because it supports tourism enterprises to then design these resilient business models that integrate renewable energy solutions, right? Because it's great to say that, oh, let's have all these enterprises adopt renewable energy solutions, but what kind of solution do they need? What kind of renewable energy actually works for them? Is it solar? Is it wind? There's a lot of also importance around water filtration systems in a lot of the places that our enterprises are working in. So that's it. So how can incubators like us, we are at a nascent stage in Nepal where incubation comes, but we're slowly working towards kind of taking it out of Kathmandu also. It's very Kathmandu centric. So we are hoping that there will be incubators across Nepal in the different provinces, right? And the other key thing is really access to finance for scaling up and for innovating climate resilient enterprises, right? There are some impact funds around. The banks are really keen on supporting enterprises, not only tourism in the sector, but agriculture and others to support it. But yes, I think it's also this kind of making all of this information much more accessible and visible is also one of the other challenges. And I think collaboration, what we've learned from our experience in work through working in the incubation space, is it's really important, right? Because we as an incubator, we really need, we have our expertise, but at the same time, we need sector experts working with us. Really, this knowledge sharing is crucial. And I think with Easy Mode and Salco Foundation supporting it, we've seen how fundamentally it can be and how we can always sort of seek our partners. And we have a steering committee. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. There are people representing from the private and public sector here in Nepal who are supporting us. So we see that also as a very important element to be taking this work further in Nepal. Yeah.
Our last conversation is going to take place between Renata Avila and Paola Villarreal, who are both thinking about the future of our cities, our data within those cities, and how we can govern both. I'm so excited to welcome them both to the Open Tech and Design Summit. Hi, Paola. Hi, Renata. Thank you so much for joining me for this session. It's great to see you both.
Thank you, Geraldine. Hi, Renata. How are you?
Hello.
Paola, I would like to begin by learning a bit more about your recent work. You have such a wealth of experience. If I'm correctly informed, you already started working with the City of Mexico at the age of 17. So it's safe to say that you've been on this journey for quite some time to see how can we shape the governance of the cities that we want in future. Can you give me a little bit of an insight into where you think things are currently at, also perhaps in light of the current situation with the pandemic in regard to data management on a city, but also perhaps on a national level in Mexico?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So yeah, I've been working with Mexico's government at the National Council for Science and Technology, where we developed a project that coordinated many different researchers and scientists with the only objective to provide information for decision makers so they could make better decisions or more informed decisions. And this was a very successful project that provided very useful information to the health ministry in particular regarding, for instance, mathematical projections of the behavior of COVID, but also we created different indices for vulnerability in different municipalities across Mexico and different cities, of course. And yeah, we collaborated with many different local governments on the implementation of this information on the local level. So yeah, it's been super interesting. And I think now that we are seeing the end of the tunnel, or the light at the end of the tunnel, I think that we need to start to focus on the cities or the lives of people on the cities after the pandemic. So I think that's.
Can you say what are some of the topics that you think we need to start working on now in order to perhaps build the infrastructures or the frameworks to get the settings right?
Yeah, I think in terms of public policy, I think mobility and public space should be refocused. And in many cities we have very different, public spaces now after the pandemic, with restaurants going outside and stuff like that. But in terms of technology, I think for many different companies and many organizations, the pandemic meant that people went more online, and the behaviors changed, and how you communicate with people and why you communicate with people online changed. So we need to think about that and to perhaps prepare in case these behaviors changed, right? Like maybe perhaps, I don't know, like perhaps people just want to go outside instead of using the internet. But I don't know, like it's going to be a super interesting time to see how technology or what's the impact of technology on our lives.
Yeah, I feel like we're at it always kind of feels like it's a transition point for the last 20 years at least, but this sort of race at the moment, because at least this is how I observe the situation in Germany. Big tech corporations have been making city politics and data politics on their own grounds, and due to their really strong lobby powers, which I feel you can feel on a state and on a federal level in Germany quite strongly, are creating facts. So whilst governments and civil society are still trying to figure out how to form a new social contract, especially when it comes to sharing data on a city level, the big corporations are kind of creating facts along their rules. I know that's something that you're also thinking about and working on, Renata. What may be your thoughts on that, and also where do we have opportunities to come in on this?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about a trend that I see, which is more surveillance, of course. Like in Mexico, for instance, there was a recent approval of how do you say that? Like they ask you to provide your fingerprint and your iris, and so you cannot, in case you want to obtain a phone number, right? Like in case you want to have a contract, you need to provide those pieces of information to the government. There's no way to know what's going to happen to that data. Yeah, I think that's super, super concerning. And I really wish that we have a more open policy type of government, right? Like where we know what's exactly going to happen to that information, and it's discussed with experts and communities, because I also think that in this, like because of the pandemic, because we are in an emergency, right? Like in some cases, governments have used that as an excuse to stop discussing issues with communities and with experts, right? Like they say, hey, we are in an emergency, we're going to fast track this law because we need it for security purposes or for health purposes, and that's it, right? So I think we need to start looking at the, like the outcomes of the pandemic, not only in terms of health, but also in terms of surveillance and the impact of technology in general in our societies.
Renata, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I want to share that Paola is part of an initiative I'm also part of, is the Alliance for Inclusive Algorithms. And something that our big focus right now there has been social protection. And, how can, is there any window where AI or automation or these big data sets can do anything good for the people? And if it's not, how can we expose this, absence of the pieces? But while studying that, I started looking at all north and south, what was going on. And to be honest, I think that the trend, I think that the division more than mean the global north and the global south at this point is the private sector and the public sector. And so many times that debate is neglected, because I think that we are in a transition period where working for the government is like a bad word.
And the best minds of our generation are like dedicating and devoting their minds to build yet the next internet startup that will be eaten alive by Silicon Valley, basically, or by its equivalent in Europe, in China. And so all this innovation goes to that place, basically. And nobody is innovating in the public sector except exceptional people dedicating, putting their hearts on it, because there's no option, there's no private option. So I think that I would like to, like, you know, us to turn our heads on what happened to even the most developed countries, because I hate that, you know, like we always like do this artificial division of developing countries and developed countries, where when we come to technology used by the public sector, sometimes the so-called developing countries have like this, like, you know, science fiction like control and monitoring centers that are like with the edgy technologies to surveil and control, as Paola described. And so in that line, what I observed during the pandemic and during this time is the rapid privatization of the public sector via digitization. So I think that there was a complete opportunistic takeover by private corporations of functions that go at the core of the public function. Health monitoring systems, health management systems, you know, the systems to monitor the movements of people, like emergency control centers, like each and every Silicon Valley company was ready to jump in and offer this series of techno-solutionism that Evgeny Morozov describes very well in packages to Europe, even, you know, like to Europe, to Latin America, everywhere. And so many times for free, just to get ahead and get exactly all the data they want. And not only the data, but it is beyond the data, because it is privatizing infrastructure so to create dependence. Basically, they are giving the gram of cocaine to the governments to keep them addicted, you know?
And we're seeing that so strongly right now, of course, in the health sector, the whole debate about patents and vaccines and everything attached to that. But also in general, across all sectors, the stronghold of the idea that this is the only way that innovation can happen, otherwise the world is going to stagnate and stop, yeah? And how do we then break that open, that narrative?
There's a very good experience, and it's Mexico's experience. And I don't want to be, or to sound nationalistic, but at the government of Andrés Manuel López Obrador, we decided that we wanted to build the capacities inside the government with public officials, right? Like I no longer work at Mexico's government, but I was a public official, and I created a team with public officials, right? And the researchers and scientists I mentioned were scientists from public research centers, right? So I also think that in this case, we were very successful at strengthening the public sector, right? And I think this experience proves that you can innovate inside government. It's hard, it's super hard, but with dedication and with a little bit of strategic thinking and technical capacity, I think it's quite possible to innovate this. And I wish that other countries also have this type of experience, especially especially countries in the global south. And I think it's one of the keys why Mexico has been to an extent successful at controlling the pandemic, right?
Yeah, I think that's a really good example. I guess there are like sort of glimpses of hope in different places of the world, and things happening in Taiwan, or perhaps also in Toronto, or perhaps in a small way in Europe and Barcelona, give like a little bit of an idea of how it could be done. But again, I feel like we're in this race at the moment. We're currently devising our smart city strategy for the city of Berlin. And I think the crunchy points are only going to be ahead of us when it really comes to redefining some of the contracts that exist of how the city gets to access infrastructure data and other data that is currently completely privatized with very little understanding of why it should be public good.
I would like to add to that, like it's very important to, there was a trend 10 years ago, even more, of participatory budgeting in Brazil and Latin America, different places. We did experiments, and it was this very intense thing of democracy. The person who writes the rules of how you acquire the services is the one holding the power. It's not necessarily the mayor even, he's the one, writing the specifications. There's a lot of power in procurement guidelines. And that's what we are like looking into at Women at the Table, and then this Equals Alliance initiative on how to rewrite those rules. But I will go one step further, like we need to involve people. When you are deciding technology interventions at the city level, I think that citizen participation, the people who will be affected by that technology, should be a part of the conception of the initiatives. And so, there's this frame that we have been working on called the Tech We Need. And it's very simple, it's nothing fancy. It's putting writing in the procurement rules that before any decision goes ahead, even if before the program is approved, a little bit like when you build a new park or build a new building in a neighborhood. You call the people in the community, you sit down with them and you tell them, like, this is what we want to do. This is the system that we want to build. And people will have a say on that. And when you consult with the people affected, you say like, okay, and what you explain which data you are getting and why and what for. And then they will ask, but why do you need to collect that kind of thing? Like it's a collaborative process. And at the end of the day, we need to remember that they are the people we need to serve. And that's that's the difference point, the differentiated point with the private sector. That's one thing. And the other thing is we need to be very, very, very cautious on designing and deploying technology for emergencies. I think that we need to go back a little bit, be a little bit nationalistic on it, because I think that the relaxation when an emergency happens and the deployment of this emergency tech that then it is like the default tech is very dangerous. I'm very worried at the moment with public education and the platforms that everybody started using on it. The data mining on children, it has been unbelievable. And it belongs to, in many places, to cities to regulate that. So, yeah.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that here because we don't have public infrastructure that works in place. People fall back to things like corporate solutions that are not really conform. And then, of course, we have very strict data regulation. So there's a huge conflict between the platforms that exist that are possible to use and the broken public sector platforms that might be data conform but cannot be used. So again, it's this kind of race to create public sector infrastructure and public sector innovation that we need before all these systems are sort of presented to us by big tech and it's too hard to get out of their lockout situation, perhaps. To close with, you already mentioned some of the initiatives that you're currently working on to think these concepts further. I know we're all busy thinking about things like we were talking about data sharing treaties, about tiered access for communities, for public good. Maybe to close with, what are some of the other key things you're thinking about to bring us to that more desirable future and some of the initiatives you're currently working on?
Yeah, I think one of the key issues that we must put attention in is the algorithmic justice. Like, how do we use algorithms in the criminal justice system in many places around the world? And this touches with what Renata was saying about, involving communities that are going to be affected by these algorithms on the design of the algorithms themselves. And I think this is super, super important because in many cases we are seeing systems being developed by people from, India and being deployed in Latin America right? And of course, the programmer from India doesn't have the context or the local context of people in Latin America. So I think it's very, very important that we are more inclusive and more open to collaboration, and to also being able to implement global technologies in a local context. And that's, I will go a step further to what Renata was saying, and it's not only communities, but it's also programmers and systems developers, right? Like, I think it's very important that that the systems that affect us are built in our local context. And I also think that this is a very good opportunity to strengthen the public sector and to reinforce the debate, public versus private, right? And I really believe that these types of systems should be developed by the public sector, right? By governments that have accountability and are, you know, like governed by laws. Because if we give access to companies that provide us with a black box algorithm, we lose a lot of control and we lose a lot of accountability. And in the case of the criminal justice system, this means, for instance, that a judge can say, hey, I didn't decide if you went to jail or not. It was the algorithm. So they will renounce their accountability, right? And they will excuse themselves and you know, like say it was the algorithm. And we cannot, as a society, and I think we can all agree on that, to allow that. So yeah, that's one thing I'm currently
I think
thinking
it
about.
will be interesting to see what happens in Europe on that front in regard to the proposal that Margarete Vestager just put out, and the plans to control AI that way, that are far-reaching in some way, but not really in others. Renata, anything to add from your side that you're currently thinking about and working on?
Oh yes, I have a wish list. You know,
please.
You know, the green feminist tech New Deal, basically. I want these systems to be inclusive by design, feminist and green by default. I want the best minds of our generation and those to come to go back to the public sector and, you know, like replace the, you know, like the skeletons that are living skeletons inside, or help the people really working on the really harsh conditions that the austerity measures imposed on us in the last 20 years had generated in the public sector. Get it back. It is ours. It is the only space that we count on, basically. I want those in charge of budgets to fund it properly. You know, like I want to have a job in the public sector that recognizes my preparation, my education, and my effort and intelligence. And I want that to be like a movement across, let's not say North and South, across as many democratic cities as possible, and then growing bottom up, you know, like I want this collaboration to be open source, to be free software by default, of course, but more than just sharing the code, sharing the practices and learning from the differences is going to be key. And I want all, like, you know, really make it diverse in that sense, you know, like, and that's a dream, and I hope that we can make it true. And I hope that next year, you Republica people, we can sit down and have a longer conversation about it with Paola and Geraldine. Thank you.
I would love that so much. And I share this dream, Renata. Thank you so much for voicing it so on point. I know it's going to be a long haul, but I look forward to working towards this dream together with the two of you. And thank you so much for being part of Republica this year. I do hope that we can share a stage together and welcome you in Berlin next year.
Thank you so much, and very nice meeting you, Geraldine.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
And that brings us to the end of our program, the end of the Open Tech and Design Summit, brought to you by the Global Innovation Gathering and the Distributed Design Network of Europe. I hope you've enjoyed our program, and I very much look forward to welcome you back tomorrow morning when I will be hosting Republica 21 with the wonderful Julia Kloiver together for you. So I hope you have a lovely evening and see you tomorrow morning for Republica 2021.